making up for lost time. Need you to spell it out for me. Bossa Nova on all night. It's like a type of alchemy. Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on then. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me, be the man that I need. Talk to me, be the man that I need.
Hello, y'all.
Baby. Talk to me, be the man. I'd like to think you feel the same way.
How we doing, baddies?
But I can't tell it even
Hello, hello.
sometimes.
Happy hump day.
So baby, let's
We
get
turn the
on
light
the
on, but
same
hello, hello. Good afternoon. Happy hump day. Hello. You're tired. I'm sorry, bestie. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. You're off work today. I love that, Wetzel. Wait, that's so exciting. Yes, it is. It is hump day indeed. Happy afternoon. Hi, y'all. Welcome in. Oh, what a good day. Hello, hello. We feeling, oh, we're so much better. Yes. I didn't even like to say it, but I'm embarrassed. But oh, I'm sending you love. Aaron, that's such a tough thing. I'm sending you so much love, my friend. Just know that a job is just a job in your life, right? It doesn't determine your value ever. The Wi-Fi man. Oh my God. The Wi-Fi man's here. But yes, I'm glad you guys are here. Hello. I'm happy to have y'all. It's good. It's good, Dovey. Welcome in. I'm feeling so much better. I literally feel like back to normal, which is good. So that's with health, like physical health wise, which is very, very good. You have us with her. Oh no. I'm so glad you guys are here though. CJ, first sub of the day. Thank you, baddie. Can we get some slays for CJ? Thank you. Sub with your prom. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, hello, though. It's good to see you guys. Hi, Witch. How are you? Welcome in. Guys, we got some fun things planned today. We got invited to be in Courage JD, if you know the Fortnite streamer. He's doing like a pickaxe only tourney today. Advocate, thank you for the sub. And so we are going to be doing that pickaxe only tournament. It's later on this afternoon, like at 4 o'clock. So like in a couple of hours. But I thought that'd be kind of fun. I think it's just like one round of just like a pickaxe. It's like for a video I think he's doing. But we got invited in to do that. So we're going to be doing that today. And then just playing Fort and hanging out. And Wetzel, thank you for the sub as well. I know. I saw that, Robo. Please. But yes, guys, thank you so much for the subs and kicking off a hype train. Oh my gosh, wait, let's put the hype train emote. All aboard! Okay. Okay.
All aboard the choo-choo train.
All aboard.
The choo-choo train. All aboard
That's right.
the choo-choo train. All aboard. All aboard.
That's right. It's actually not new. I always forget to play it when we have a hype train. Right? Usually a hype train happens at like random times. So I always forget to play it when we do have it. But yeah, no, I'm having a good afternoon. I got a lot of stuff done this morning, which is very good. Updated a bunch of things, recorded. I'm trying to record just more casual content. So I posted a video today talking about that scalper situation. I don't know. I just was like, I'm just like gonna keep trying to like practice and post just little moments of me just yapping and see how it does. So I posted that today and recorded that this afternoon, which I felt good about. And I got up early. I got like 8 hours of sleep. So on your FYP, I love that. Yes, yeah. Make sure if you enjoy those videos, make sure to interact with them, all those good things, because they help out a lot. Crocheting something new. Yeah, I'm trying. I don't know. I just wanted to keep testing out like more of the yapping stuff and trying to make it more fun. So we're doing all the things, you know, and trying to get back on track with everything. I feel like, you know, with me being sick last week and everything else going on, I'm like so behind, but it's okay. We're catching up. Sam the Goat, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate it. I know. I thought I was gonna post the photo with it too, Robo, but I deleted the photo. It wasn't in my recently deleted either. So I was like, oh no, it's gone. I'm glad that you're here. So I was like, okay, that's kind of depressing. I was like, damn, that sucks, but that's okay. That's okay. I was like literally gonna post the photo with it. I was like, oh, all right. And I'm crocheting a little froggy today that we may do for like a giveaway. I'm still trying to figure out how we do how to do the giveaways that I wanted, how to run them properly, but not the Sonic socks. I know, literally, of the man who yelled at me. I was like, okay, girl. You just give it to me. Okay, Kelsey, yeah, for sure. No, otherwise, I just hope you guys are having just a good Wednesday. I'm feeling good. Feeling very good. Channel points enter maybe. Well, what I want, it's not so much, I know I can run one on Twitch very easy. It's actually, I'm trying to find ways to do it where we can include TikTok. That's the tea, that's the shade. We used to do it where you filled out like a Google form and I would like copy everybody's name and then put it into a wheel, but that took so much time. And I'm trying to see if there's like just like a website or something that exists where people can just go to and like enter, and then I can just pull a name from that website. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to, so that way TikTok can also be involved with it, you know? Yeah, right. A little bit, just a little bit. That's what I'm trying to do. Also, guys, thank you for this hype train. We are almost, 3 subs to get to level 3. So thank you already. Holy cow. Thank you. So yeah, so otherwise that's all my big updates. Hold on, I gotta write something down because I just remembered something that I need to do later, and if I don't write it down, I'll forget. I'm gonna write, hold on. Okay, there we go. I'm writing out my little list so I don't forget things, because otherwise they'll be gone by the time I finish stream later on today. But yeah, no. So we're doing Fortnite today. We're in a Fortnite tourney, which is gonna be kind of fun. It was like last minute, but I was like, sure. I think it's just one round. Like, I think it's gonna be so casual and chill. But I'm kind of excited about it. So, you know, we'll do something cute and fun that way. And that's kind of all the big news I have for us. That's kind of it. Also, I did want to update you guys because a lot of you have been going crazy to help out with the TikTok stuff. I want to let you guys know we are currently at 85K on TikTok for the month. So we're trying to get to, our goal is 300K because that's what we need to maintain the Gaming Life Pro. So like we're almost halfway there. So y'all are going crazy with that. So thank you. We're almost halfway there already, and it's the 8th. So thank you for that. I think today we can get to 100K easy. So then we'll be like halfway through, you know. Hi, Shanna, how are you? Which is really, really exciting as well. So I wanted to thank you guys in advance for that. For all of those things. I appreciate it very much. Very, very much so. Otherwise, I don't really have any other big news or big things to share. I've just been, you know, scrolling online, keeping up with the tea. Where does that TikTok number come from? It's gifting. It's a coin gift, Katie. So the rule, the new thing that they've added that we have to hit every month is either 300,000 coins or 100 super fans in order to maintain our Gaming Life Pro badge. Don't really know why that number specifically, but that's the number they pick. That's the number TikTok picked. So that's the number we have. So I am doing good, Potato Chip. It's good to see you. Casey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, otherwise we're gonna start pretty soon. I want to like yap on TikTok as well and like try and do a little bit of both. So that's my plan. I'm gonna make another overlay, I think, for a vertical stream where it's like the game is, I've seen a lot of streamers do like they have their image very big and then the game's small when they're doing like just chatting. And I thought that might be kind of fun for vertical when we start on TikTok to try out a little bit. Love to hear. Yeah. So I'm just working on adding some other new things in here and there. Mandy with the resub. Okay, you guys are baddies. Just little things I'm thinking about and testing. You can take me Just little things, guys. Thank you so much. We've got 20 seconds left on the hype train. 2 more subs will take us to the next level. But as always, thank you guys so much for everything, just for being here. As always, I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, I just hope you're having a good afternoon and a good day. I'm a little like I'm feeling I got a lot of sleep, but I'm feeling energized, but I'm also cutting coffee out. I have not had coffee in over 2 weeks now, I think. Guys, thank you for that hype train. I think 2 weeks now it's been, or like at least a week and a half. So I'm like, okay. So my body, I think, is also trying to adjust to not having any coffee at all. I'm like, oh my God, how are you functioning? I know. And no insane headaches? No, nothing crazy. I mean, here's the thing. I was dying. I know, potato chip, I need to do it. I like just need to like bite the bullet and do it. I'm trying to just not, I think the coffee was hurting me and not helping me as much. So I'm trying to like cut it out. Because I just don't think I need it. I don't think it was helping me in any way. I think it was making my anxiety worse, things like that. So I'm like really trying to cut it out completely. Unless it's like a day where I'm like if today I'm exhausted or something, like halfway through stream, I might do it. But I'll be real, I haven't had any like, I feel like I haven't streamed the past couple days. I haven't needed it. So I'm like, okay, slay batteries. I'll take that, you know. Coffee for me is a treat. It affects me the same way. TBH, it makes me sleepy. Interesting. Yeah, it's usually just for me the anxiety side effect of it and like super shakiness. Hi Mia, how are you? So I'm like, you know, maybe we just avoid altogether. Maybe we just avoid altogether from now on. What else? Oh, I did buy a Pokemon pack. Guys, I did buy a Pokemon pack last night. I did. I did break. I was at Dollar General because I had to grab just like I ran out of sour cream for my dinner, and so I ran to Dollar General to get sour cream, and they had tins. They had Ascended Hero tins, and so I did buy one. But you're never gonna. No, I had some. I bought 2. I got some of the most amazing pulls you've ever seen. Wait, let me go grab them. Let me show you. Hold on. They're in the other room. You're gonna lose your mind. So, oh, did I hit something? No. Wait, did I? No, I thought I hit something. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I thought I hit something on my board there. I was a command. I know. Whip it out. So I literally just got 2 tins because I was like, I don't want to spend a lot of money or whatever. Hi, Mary. How are you? And I pulled this card, guys. This Dragonite. This is like a $70 card. So it was definitely worth it. Like, it's a good ass card. And I pulled that one right out of I was like, hello. Not only did I pull that card, but I organized last night. I was laying in bed and I organized all of my cards. In my binder. So they're all nice and organized, but I pulled, let me see if I can find them real quick so I can show you the other one that I pulled. I pulled this one as well. This Team Rocket, Doug Trio, which I guess is a big card. And then I also pulled, this one. Wait, let me see if I can find it. As someone who, for Dollar General, it's amazing pull. I know, for Dollar General, like I was like, okay, I spent $20 on the 2 because it was like $10 each for each tin. So I was like, okay, $20 for those pulls. I'll take that. You know what I mean? Wait, let me see if I can find the other card. This was the other card I pulled too. Like of really good cards. This was the other one I pulled too, which I love the art style on this one. So I was like, actually, this was kind of worth it. I was like, wow, kind of crazy. So Dollar General is the move. Yeah, if you can get them. Cute. Like, these are good. It was really good pulls. I was like, damn. I was like, okay. So that was kind of wild. Have you tried Walgreens? Yes. Walgreens has usually they have stuff in stock for me, but I never, it's always too much money and I never get anything good from them. Because they have like the older packs and they're like in like weird tin, and the tins are more expensive, you know, left with gray. It's true. But these ones, this was like really, I was shocked. I was like, okay, damn. Um, so I was very, very happy with this pull. So I was like, okay, went in Dollar General and got these like this is like probably almost close to $100 altogether. How much was a pack? $10. So $10 was a tin and it came with 2 packs. So $5 a pack. So we had 4 packs altogether. Yeah, this Dragonite is actually really cool. They're after stream. Honestly, you should. They're just getting them in stock. I know, Z Benny. I'm not gonna. There's no way I'll get one, but I hope I can. I hope I can. There's no way I'll be able to beat the scalpers and the bots for it. But yeah, they just stocked these at help me, Dollar General. They just stocked these. So I went and they were almost out of them. That they were like, we literally stocked these like an hour ago and they were almost gone. So I was like, well, I'll take 2 since I'm here. Is it working for me, T-Lin? That's because you're using the old one. You have to use the new one. You have to go back in and find the new one because all the names changed from them. Yeah, you can't use recently used. Is there a dream card you want you don't have? Oh, there's a lot of dream cards I have. I made like a wish list. And I did see those costumes, which yeah. I'm like, okay, another costume for the big boys. I'm like, can we give Emma a pantsuit for Christ's sake? There are I have a lot of cards on my wish list. I don't have ones that are like crazy I mean, there are some that I have that are expensive. I won't lie. Like I really want the new Meowth card from Perfect Order. And that's like 100 and I don't know. It's more than 100 now. It started at 100. And that one I really, really want. I love it. I love it a lot. But that one's gonna I don't want to buy more Perfect Order because I already have so many of the cards from it. Last time it was 180. Yeah, it's like going up. I have almost a lot of the cards from Perfect Order, or at least the big ones. So I'm like, I don't think it's worth it for me to spend crazy amounts of money on the packs if I already have a majority of the cards, or at least a good chunk of them, you know. Like I have the Mega Starmite, I have the Rose's Adventure one, like the big ones from that set, besides the Meowth and obviously like the gold card. But I want that one a lot. There's also some like Gardevoir cards because I love Gardevoir. There is the Plusle or the Minin one I need as well. Well, at least last time because it was worth it. Yeah. My thing is I think what I'll do is rather than hunting for cards, if I'm like out like I was yesterday and I like see them and they have them, I'll be like, okay, I'll get a pack. You know what I mean? Because I feel like that's better luck anyways, rather than me like going to trying and hunting for cards. Like if I see them out and about, I'll be like, okay, clocked. You know, we'll grab that one. You know, while we're like out and about. While we're out and about. You know what I mean? Well, we're out and about. But he's gonna go to the store every day now. Yeah, yeah, no, I won't. I know they're supposed to put out some stuff at Walmart, but they haven't put it out at my Walmart. Yeah, I think they restock on Fridays. So I'm like, okay. If you have leftover cards or cards you don't want or need, you can give them away in your giveaway with your crochets. That's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do. So here's what I decided what I'm gonna do. Hi, Shiloh, how are you? So all those tins that I got, because I have a bunch of tins from buying cards and stuff. I'm going to make little packs for kids. I have like friends who are middle school teachers. I have friends who are, you know, and I'm gonna like make little sets of cards for kids. They're not gonna, obviously they'll be like the cheap. I'm not gonna give them like crazy, you know. I'm not gonna give my good pulls, but they're gonna get the, you know, the dupes, the commons. But I'll make like a little, I don't know, like a little set. So then they have like a, you know, they can open up like a little set of cards. Most of them just want to see it because they're cute anyways. So I thought that might be, I don't know, a fun little thing. That was my plan to do with dupes as of right now. So just making like little sets for kids or things like that. So I thought that'd be kind of fun. So that's my gateway drug Pokemon. Yeah, getting them started young, you know. I mean, it's for kids, really. I mean, it's for kids, so, and collectors, but that's my plan. I thought that'd be kind of, I don't know, at least a fun little thing to do. You know, rather than not. Go recycle the tins. Yeah, I also have a ton, like I have so many cards, guys. Like I literally have like 2 giant things. I have like over 1,000 cards of just like old, you know, of redupes and stuff like that. So happy hump day. Yes, that is F them kids. Yeah. It won't be a big poll by any means. But yes. Hi Liz Ferg, how are you? Welcome in, y'all. Hello. Thanks for joining in. Good afternoon. So yeah, anyways, that's kind of how it went. So, and then what I might do is so many people were like, you should add like Pokemon stuff onto your wish list. And I was like, okay, however, I don't really know if I should add like because cards, there's no like we can buy them at non-market price, but I feel like I don't want to like do a throne, like a wish list for something that's 3 times the cost from a scalper. You know what I'm saying? So I was like trying to figure out how I would, I don't know, do something like that. Cause a lot of people, like a bunch of people message me and were like, you should do this. Like when I post my videos, you're like, you should do like a thing for thing for like, raising money for cards or whatever. And I was like, I can maybe do something, but I don't know what it would look like. But I thought that would be kind of fun. Cause like what I did for Lindsay donated like $20 for my first card show. So I wrote her name on a card that I found that I thought fit her. And not on the card, but on like the sleeve of the card. So like now she's like in my collection there. Which I think is kind of cute. Oh, okay, Zesty Spot. Slay. Ben, 11. Misa twerking. Absolutely. Okay, Misa twerking.
Release your inhibitions, feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you.
Slay up. Slay. Girl, my glasses are, I just cleaned them. Ben, it's so fine. Oh my gosh, you come when you can. We also have not been live a lot. We've been sick and dying. So you are not alone. You are not alone. It's totally okay, friend. Totally okay. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Glasses, literally. So anyways, that's the tea. That's the shade with the card collecting. So, yeah, we'll just see what happens. We'll see what happens. So but I'm trying to stay strong and not buy cards if I don't need them, you know what I mean? So that's the current situation. I can never keep my glasses clean. Me too. I feel like I clean them and it's like instantly they're dirty again. And I'm like, okay, love this. Love this for me. Love this for me. This is so great. So great. I'm trying to think of any other big news or any other things. LASIK for the world. See, I feel like if I didn't wear glasses, I would lose part of my sparkle. Like, I feel like glasses are just a part of me. So I feel like if I didn't have glasses, it would just feel weird. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I need to have, blue light filter is more difficult to clean. I do have blue light filter on these. Yeah. I do have, it's like not blue light, it's yellow light. Is that what it's called or something? He has a face for glasses. Yeah. It's yellow light, maybe. I don't even know. Maybe something like that. I'm scared of LASIK. Yeah, are you? Like that's too. It looks so slay. I have that too. Yeah. My thing for me is like my vision isn't terrible enough to get LASIK anyways. Like it's not great, but like I'm not, blind. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it wouldn't be worth it for me. Like if I take off my glasses right now, like the chat is blurry, but if I needed to, I could squint a little bit. Like I can read Hell Yes Master. So scared. I've had glasses since I was 3, honey. I'll survive. Like I can read. It's just that it's like it's a little blurry. It's more so long distance, So it's like if my eyesight is not awful. So I don't even know if I'd qualify for it. I can't see shit. Yeah. I'm not like, can't see a single thing at all. Yeah, your glasses are cute. I love my glasses. I do. I love how I look at my glasses. The only time I don't love my glasses is when I'm trying to record content and I have the freaking lights all in my... That's the one thing I hate the most. It's so annoying to record content when you have glasses because it's like the lights and stuff. But yeah, no, I feel like my collection's coming together. It's like, it's turning out so cute, guys. Like, hello. Like, I'm loving... Look at all my cards. How are we today? I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. So I organized a lot of my cards last night. So I organized this is all like my new cards. And then I have the whole binder dedicated to, not like my older cards. So my more, vintage ones, but these are all my new cards. So how long have you been collecting? Well, I just recently started recollecting, but I found all of my old Pokemon cards from when I was a kid. So that was like where I found a lot of them. So I literally have like over 1,000+ cards from when I was a child, since I was a wee lad. Hold on, I'll go grab hold on 2 seconds. Let me go grab the other binder. Hold on, I'll show you. young warthog. Young warthog. Oh my god. So again, I have a lot. I have a lot of cards. I don't have any shame in it. I have no shame in the game, but these are all my, this is my big binder. This is my big binder. But I have no shame, you know. I got none. I got none. But this is my big binder. Alpha's like, thank you. And this is like, these are my old cards from when I was a young kid. These are only ones that are valuable, like have some value to them. These are all like my older ones from when I was a child. Hold on, I feel like we missed a page there. From when I was a child. So there's like, again, I tried to like set it up properly so that I can like keep working on it. This is what I did. This is what I spent the evening last night doing. So I think that was all of them. Yeah. But I still have like a whole bunch I need to add into this. I was waiting to get I have sleeves I got to add into them. But this is like my older binder. I love so much. I know. Any card shows on the horizon? There's a couple this weekend, but I don't think I'm going to go. I'm going, I think, to spend some time with my mom. There is a big one though, but it's like a bit of a distance for me. So I'm like, I don't think I will go. But I would like to. I enjoy going. On the weekends and stuff. It's like a fun little thing. This is not the binder I showed in the card show. No, I use this small binder. And I put, girl, there's like a motor. I don't know if you can hear that. There's like a motorcycle outside and it's making a lot of noise. Girl, please. Hello? Did you guys hear that? Or was that just me? I put some of like the really valuable old vintage cards in here, and I did sell a lot of them or traded a lot of them. So now this binder here is like new gen cards, like from 2020 onwards. And then these cards are all my old cards. And then I have a new binder coming that's going to be like my master binder where I have like art, like my art set in them and like decorating it pretty and like making cute stuff. But these are just going to be like containing my cards for now. They're heavy now though, because they're full. But like I still have tons of cards I need to add. Like, guys, I have like, I literally, like, guys, I'm not kidding you. These are all cards that I need to add in eventually. These are all cards from like 1999 to 2010. Like, these are all, like, I'm telling you guys, I have two of these. Like, I have a ton of cards. I have a ton of cards. There are a lot there. So that's kind of crazy, you know what I mean? Wait, that's so funny. Wait, guys, I posted that video with the Sonic. You guys saw that I posted that video? Wait, this is so funny. About the scalpers. Did you guys, I just talked about a few minutes ago. Somebody commented on my YouTube one and said, the Sonic socks, I talked about the Sonic socks. The Sonic socks are worn by people in a group of scalpers. They work together to buy cards as fast as possible. I have seen them at the 2 Walmarts we have here. So the Sonic socks are like a uniform? That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, Kish, that's what I was thinking about doing. Yeah, that's crazy. That's insane. Wait, that's actually funny. That's wild. A uniform? Wait, that's hysterical. I wonder what, that's so weird. That's so funny that somebody commented that. It's also repellent to never, yeah. Wait, look them up on Reddit or something? Yeah, I'm like, their motto is gotta go, literally, Teresa, literally. Wait, I gotta look it up. Okay, wait, Sonic, socks, scalpers, Pokemon. I'm Googling it to see if it's like an actual thing. Oh my God, it's true. I'm seeing a Reddit thread about it. That's crazy. That's so funny. That's hysterical to me. That's actually hysterical to me. What? Girl, that's crazy. At some point, it's like, get a life. Because that's what I said this in my video. I'm like, there's no way that you're earning enough money to make a living doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no, like, I understand an investment, right? I understand it. Like now I have a card that's worth a lot of money and I'm getting it graded and I'm like, this is an investment, right? And I'll be able to use that, I don't know, for rainy day money if if something ever happened and I could sell that card, right? So I get that. But I'm looking at this and these guys are doing this as their job. And I'm just like, and also the amount of time that they're just spending. One, gas is now way too expensive to be driving around. Like that's the other thing I'm thinking about too. Driving around. Hello? Like they're driving to all these different stores. Gas is now way too expensive to be doing that shit. I'll tell you that much right now. Like I just can't imagine you're selling it at a rate in which you are able to pay your rent, pay your bills, do all and make it like a legitimate business. You know what I mean? I don't understand it. I don't quite get it. I don't quite get it. That's what I was trying to conceptualize a little bit. I'm like, it's a weird thing. But they do like shows on like Whatnot and whatever and you know, auction them off but that's what they do. That's how they get you, right? That's actually how they make their money. So like, for example, this card is worth what? $50. I said $50 to $60. What they will do is they will auction this card on Whatnot and somebody will end up paying $100 for this card because people just keep betting on it. That's the issue. Like they bet way over market value for cards because people are crazy on Whatnot. And so that's probably how they make a lot of their money is just by like regular cards that don't cost, you know, they're like a $5 card or a $10 card. They're making like, you know, 50, 60 bucks on, which is crazy, you know, which is crazy. So anyways, I just think that's very interesting. I'm like, that's wild to me. That's wild to me. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. So, well, scalpers delight, I guess. Scalpers delight. I'm sure it's a friend too putting in bets to make others bet. Yeah, I mean, they do that with Nitos too. I'm like, girl, the Nito craze is crazy. Guys, like, look at this page. Isn't this so pretty? I'm sorry. I love the art. I think they're so fun. I'm a big art person. So like these, I think are so, like, they're so pretty, guys. I don't know. And I'm such a Pokemon fan that I'm like, I just love it. I just love it. Scalpers be scalping. So nasty, so rude. I like the new cards more than the older cards, you know? I love your little thingies. You're so cute. Thank you. My little hobbies. My little hobbies. My binder. Yeah. No. So I put all my older cards in here because these are the ones I want to sell or get rid of eventually. Not get rid of, but like, you know, do something with. But I'm gonna send some. I was looking up how much it costs to send out for grading. So I'm gonna do that soon. I'm gonna get some cards graded. So that's the tea with my Pokemon stuff right now. I might get this card graded because it actually is like centered very well. I might send this one out to get graded. I got sassed by a grown man because we sold out of Nitos. That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, people be crazy. It's just crazy stuff like that. The Pokemon, I just need the Pokemon craze to like die down a little bit, you know? I need it because like now collectors can't actually like collect the stuff, you know, because it's like just people being insane. People being insane. Well, guys, why don't we get started on TikTok here in a second? If you bulk grade through a local card store, they insure it for like 1 or 3 more per card. Yes, I did see about that, Clarissa. Yeah, I want to go through Tag because I think their stuff looks the nicest. And they are supposedly a lot better than some of the older stuff. Do you have binders? Yeah. Yup. Yeah, I got 2. I have 2 right now. I have 2 binders, and I have a third one on its way. But yes, I have 2. One's going to be like my perfect binder. Because your Pokemon cards, yes. I just showed a bunch of them, but I just showed all of them like 2 minutes ago. But like, you know, we'll do a quick flip through because I just showed all of them here just a second ago. But yeah, these are just some. Do you think Pokopia made the Pokemon craze even crazier? Yes. I mean, I got back into it because of Pokopia. I won't lie. Pokopia got me back into it. So I'm assuming it got a lot of other people back into it, you know? I'm assuming it got a lot of people. Those are like not my valuable ones. These front ones are the more valuable ones. I'm assuming it got people more into it because of that. So but yeah, no, these are, you know, they're kind of hard to see on camera because they're holographic. They're all hollows, so they're hard to like see. That's my main bind. That's my like good binder. And then this one is my vintage binder, or not vintage, but older, my childhood. These are all my childhood collections. And I haven't put all of them in here yet. These are just some. These are just some of my like vintage collection here. Just some of the vintage that I have. I did this last night while I was in bed. I'm trying to organize it by color, I think, for right now, and then by year a little bit. And then by year a little bit. It's because they're vintage now. I know. Jasmine, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I didn't realize one of the cards I own is banned. You can't use it because it's like a banned card, which makes it valuable. So, are super cool. Yeah, it does take a long time. It's a banned card, which I think is kind of funny. Banned, yes. Yeah, I do late night. So I ordered a binder just to do art, like art pages with them. So my final binder will be like an art page binder. Yeah, you can't play with it. So the reason why, it's from 1998, and it's a Japanese card called Misty's Tears. And the reason that it's banned is because she's naked on it. She's naked on the front of the card. You can't see anything, but her silhouette is naked. And so you can't use, it's banned because of that reason. So it's like a super I didn't even know it was a super valuable card, but I took it to the card show and they were like, whoa, this is super valuable. Like, you need to get this graded. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. She's naked. She's naked in it. So it's a banned card. You can't use it for play. How does one actually play? Honestly, it looks like the most confusing game in the world to me. I tried to look up the rules and I was like, girl, I don't know. Hi, McKenna, how are you? I was like, it's kind of wild. So, filled with my old cards. I love that. There are so many cards that I'm like, I want, so there are a lot, but if you guys have old cards and want to send them to me, I'll take them. I'm kidding. But yeah, no, I've been loving it a lot. So I actually, it's a nice little hobby to do too, of just like organizing and stuff too, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm doing okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing very good. So, just a fun thing, just a fun thing to get back into, which I'm loving. I want to maybe go to a card shop. I don't think there's any this weekend I'm going to be able to go to, but there is a card shop that I'm going to, I think, this weekend. Such a array of cards, and thankfully it's not super crazy. I love that. Listen, if you guys ever see packs out in the wild that are like older one, shoot me a DM, because I promise you I will Venmo you right there and then to send them to me. I am not kidding you. Because there are some things where I'm trying to find, like 151, which is like a pack that's going out of a set that's going out of stock soon, or out of print, is rising in price rapidly. So anytime those exist, they get scooped up quickly. Hi, Jakui, how are you? Just collect dust. Now you should get them checked out. You should absolutely check them out. What sets do you want? I really want 151 is the one that I want the most. 151 I would love to like build a set on, because I actually love the art style of 151. I was gonna make a Pokemon section in the Discord. 151 is the one that I'm looking for the most. And I like Ascended Heroes too, but 151 and Ascended Heroes. Where do you go to have the value of them checked? I have two apps that I use, Chocolatey. So I use one called TCG Player. And basically what you do is literally it's an app with a camera. Hi, here's my fingy. Do you see it? It's an app with a camera, and you can, it's hard to see on the thing here. But it lets you scan the card, and it'll tell you the market value. This is me. Hi, it's me. Hey. And it'll tell you the market value of the cards. So like I was looking up one last night. This one was like worth nothing. It was 17 cents, but it shows like the price of it, how much it sold for recently, how much, you can look it up online. There's also one that I use called price charting. So there's two there that I use. Weiss, thank you for the follow. But yes, please feel free to DM me. I will gladly pay for packs if you find ones that I'm looking for, especially Ascended Heroes too. Those 151 and Ascended Heroes are the two that I'm like for. But we do. I also just like want to get individual cards as well. So you should put what you want in the Discord. 151 and Ascended Heroes are the two. If that helps. Hey Manders, how are you? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Why don't we get started on TikTok here? We're going to play Fortnite, guys, today, because we are in a tournament this afternoon. A pickaxe only tournament for Courage JD's community, which is kind of fun. I know there's some other streamers who are in it. I know like Ruthless Cat is in it. Goat R2. July is my birthday. Goat R2 is in it. There's some other folks who are doing it. So I thought, you know what, that'd be fun. It's just like I don't think it's gonna be long. I don't think it's gonna be a long tournament. It's gonna be a I don't think it's gonna be a long tournament. It's just a I think it's like a 1 round pickaxe fight to the death. So no, not Happy Happy Gal. Nope, nope, nope. I know this is crazy to say, guys. There are other Fortnite streamers other than Happy Happy Gal out there in the world. I know it's crazy to say. There are other Fortnite streamers who are bigger than Happy Happy Gal out there in the world. I know it's crazy. I know it's crazy to say, who host Fortnite tourneys very often. Who do. They do. I know. We love Happy, but they are other people who do exist out there. There are a lot. There are a lot of other creators out there in the world. I swear, it's so funny because anytime Happy does anything, immediately in my chat, it's like, did you see what Happy said? Did you see what Happy said? I'm like, guys, there are other people. Like, I don't keep up with what Happy does every 5 seconds. I'll be real. I don't keep up every 5 seconds. As much as she's so lovely and I love her, I don't keep up with her 24/7, you know? His com had a lot of Manners in July base. Yeah. We are playing Fortnite today. Follow Smart Streamer, they do it to as well. I know, it's so funny. Listen, I get it. It's just I think Happy made Fortnite popular for a lot of non-Fortnite people, and so because of that, it's like the you know what I mean. It's like most people just think it's like Happy's the one who's like in charge of everything that happens for Fortnite tournaments and things. You know, I love her too. I love being in everything she does. But I think it's just funny because I'm like, no, guys, there's you know, Courage JD's been in Fortnite for so long. I do know Molly J. I love that. And I love that too. Love you too, yeah. But I love the close we have here. Me too. Happy New Ninja. Yeah, I'd say it's kind of similar. Very loyal. Yeah. Again, this is not me like, I just always think it's so funny because it's like, anytime I mention a tournament, it's like, everyone's always like, is it Happy's tournament? Wait, Happy? And I'm like, no, guys. Happy doesn't host every tournament out there in the world. Like, I promise you guys. I promise you there are other streamers who host tournaments that aren't Happy Happy Gal. I promise you guys. There are other content creators. They've been going on for a long ass time, you know. No, I did not. Hell yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too, Browna. Yeah. So I think that's part of it, you know. But no, this is Courage JD. He has an icon skin. He's been a Fortniter for, oh god, longer than me, longer than probably most people. Probably. And he's doing like I think he's doing like a video for it. It's a pickaxe only thing. So a bunch of folks are in it, which could be fun. So we'll just have to see. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's one thing. So I guess it's gonna be one actual like just one round. So it might be really quick, but it'll be kind of fun. It's gonna be at 4 o'clock, so in like 2 hours from now, or like an hour and 50 minutes. Place for the follow. It's gonna be that. So I don't really know. It's for like a video I think that he's doing. So the tournament is like less of like he's doing a video more than it's like for a tourney. But we got invited to it. And I was like, sure, why not? Let me launch up Fortnite, guys, and get that ready to rumble. Just to continue on what I talked about yesterday, guys. As you guys know, we are also continuing our goals on TikTok right now because unfortunately, if we don't hit the goal for TikTok this month, we lose our Gaming Life Pro badge because, you know, they now made it a requirement that you have to earn a certain amount of diamonds every month. However, we are almost halfway there. So like, I think we're going to be doing great. I think we're going to be fine. We're currently at like 85K and we have to hit 300K. So, yeah, chocolatey. So, that's, you know, it's actually not too bad. So we just have like daily goals set on TikTok. What are diamonds are gifts on TikTok, keys. So anytime you send like a gift on TikTok, it's like a diamond. Diamonds and coins, they're like the same. I don't know why, but they're the same thing. You know what I mean? They're like the same thing. Okay, I'm looking at the thing right now. I just got updated rules. Pickaxe only, no healing, and no visual audio. Interesting. And we're all landing at the same POI. So that'll be interesting. How many more days left? We have the full month. We have till obviously sooner rather than later is better because then it counts it and we'll just keep going with it. But we have the full month. So we're going to be just fine, I think. Just fine, I think. But yeah, it's a stupid thing. It used to be, there are three requirements in order to maintain Gaming Life Pro. One was maintaining over 100 viewers, 100 average viewership. The second was going live 14 days out of the month. And then the other, or having 14 individual live streams. And then the other was 300K diamonds. And it used to be that you just needed 2 out of the 3, which we obviously hit, 14 streams and 100 average viewers. That was like normal for us. But now they changed it so you have to hit all 3 every month now, which is kind of annoying. So super silly shit like that, but it do be what it do be. Let me switch. Oh my God, I forgot to adjust things for Fortnite today, but let me do that real quick as well. I knew I forgot to do something. Guys, for my camera angle. Sorry, I have to look at my phone sometimes because I sometimes get random messages. Hold on. I'm also giving myself a little insulin because I ate lunch before. I actually ate lunch before stream too. I'll probably eat again later on, but as of right now, I ate early. So let me switch over to the Fortnite screen, guys. And then we'll get ready to rumble. And then we'll get ready to go. We'll yap a little bit on TikTok and just rock and roll. I need to move. Hopefully I have the camera at the right angle here. I never know. Try to pull people who are watching. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully this is at the right. We'll find out when we're there, when we're in the game. Okay. For the map, looks great. Yeah, it's more so the map sometimes gets covered. I have it like set so it doesn't get covered. And sometimes I forget to move it back often. Oh yeah, Chocolatey. I was worried about it yesterday, but yesterday you guys went crazy. Like you guys went nuts yesterday. So like I'm not too worried. I think we're gonna be okay, So it'll be a good time, All right, let's get ready to go though. We'll start on TikTok. We'll yap for a few, do our thing, and then we'll play some Fortnite up until the tourney in 2 hours. And then I don't know how long that's gonna be, and then we'll just keep playing Fortnite after that. I'm also getting my Switch 2 back set up as well. So tomorrow we're going to do half Minecraft, half Pokopia, which I'm excited about. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. Because I wanted to play Pokopia. I'm gonna like try and come up with an idea of like things to do in Pokopia tomorrow too. So it's not just like, what are we doing? Hi, Ice Cream. How are you? I'm glad that you're here. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm just getting a couple last things set here for TikTok. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Otherwise we should be good. Okay, I'll make sure everything's set. All right, we're gonna go live on TikTok, y'all, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I love it, Chocolatey. Bum, bum, bum. Hello, TikTok. Period. Hello. Good afternoon. Go. Hello. How are we doing, baddies? Good afternoon. We're just getting started on TikTok. Emily said, let me interrupt that daily broadcast. How are you, Emily? Hello, guys. Thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Guac, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Guys, thank you for the heartme's getting us going with those. Hello. Good afternoon. I hope y'all are doing good. I'm doing very good. We're just getting started on TikTok, y'all. Yapping a little bit. And we got some fun things planned today. I'm very excited. We're in a tournament later on today, or kind of a tournament type thing. Here in a little bit in Fortnite, which is going to be fun. And we're just going to hang out and vibe and have a good day. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for the taps and the love and the shares. Hi, George. You're at work in the office today? Oh, no. Yes, the pickaxe tourney today. I'm very excited. Pickaxes. Nella, thank you for the heart me. Sounds like a good time. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Guys, thank you for the heart me's and the love. Welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. Hi, Morg. Hi, Megan. Guys, it's gonna be hot to go today. I feel it in the bones, y'all. I do. Megan, thank you as well. Welcome in. Oh, okay. Introducing nicknames. I don't know what that was. I'm doing good, Maria. How are you? Welcome in. The tournament, it's a pickaxe only tournament. I think it's just like one round, but it's gonna be kind of fun. Courage JD's hosting it, so I'll see what when we get closer to it, we'll have that. It's in like 2 hours, so it'll be a blast. All of the bones same, yes. But I hope you guys are doing well. Conquering, hello, guys. Thank you for the heart me's and the love. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. I'm having a really good Wednesday. I'm feeling so much better. I'm feeling not like I'm dying and not super sick anymore, which is so good. I got a lot of work done. I've been recording some content that's me just like yapping. Like I recorded a little yapping video today because I'm trying to do more of that. He is, Jaquie, yes. So I did that today and just like a bunch of other little things I got done, which is very, very good. So I'm glad to have you all here. Yes, yep, that is. Yeah, Jaquie, he was just in there. He's like the most recent one who got an icon skin. Now, you're sick, Genesis? No. I still have a little bit of a cough, but like for the most part, she's doing good. For the most part, she's taking formula well. Baby Jane Doe, she's doing good. Sharman, thank you for the donut. Thank you guys for the love. Welcome in if you're just joining in. We are just getting started, y'all. We're gonna play some Fort today. Have a good time. That's our big plan for the afternoon. Baby Jane Doe. And thank you for being here. Guys, who's gonna be our next few followers on TikTok, by the way? We're gonna shout out the next few followers as well. And let's play our native New Yorker to get us in the mood. Thank you, Angelic. I appreciate it.
And guess what? No one opens the door.
I love that, Rosa.
For a native New Yorker.
Here I go. Hi, Ash. How are you? Finally, Mr. Baby Jado. I love that. Have you got any new niche games lately? I've been replaying. Well, not replaying. I'm playing for the first time Pokemon ZA and Pokemon Arceus, which I'm loving both of those. So I guess those are the two that are like niche for me. And also Deadlock. Deadlock I've been playing a lot too. I haven't played it in a hot minute, but Deadlock has been on my list, of course. And guys, thank you for tapping and sharing all those good things. We're gonna shout out the next 4 followers because we're almost to 5 followers on TikTok to get us started. My mouth is like super dry today. I don't know why. When it came out on TikTok and when I found out you were using it, I was home, bestie. I know. Tonga Johari. There is Tonga Johari, but I would never order a full pizza for myself. Wait, what are you talking about? I would never. W Games. You can play Tomodachi Life? I think so. I think we'll play it. I have to decide if I want to purchase it for stream, but yes. We were here soon, Jaquie. I just wanted to wait till it was out of the shop before I did, so it wasn't advertising it. And Christy, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the love. If you're just running in, how are we doing today, y'all? Are y'all slaying? Having a fabulous afternoon? I hope you are, and thank you for being here. And if you're scrolling by right now and want to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie, we're trying to get to 5 new followers, and we're going to shout you out because you are slay if you do leave a little follow.
I'll tell you who I am. I am
cool,
your
thank
Zesty
you.
Bestie.
And
this is...
It's Britney, bitch.
Thank you. And Alexis, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys are having a fabulous day. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the love and the heart me's as well. We're halfway with the heart me goal. So y'all are amazing. Oh, Body T. Absolutely. You just got here, by the way. I love it. Welcome in. You're so cute. No, thank you. Oh, thank you guys. If you're new here, my name is Zesty or Vinny. Jace, I am gay. You got me, babes. Jace, you're just going to say gay over and over again, but so is your dad. And I was screwing him last night. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Jace. Hi, Julio. How are you? I don't know what to tell you, Jace. Cap? No, you can go ask him, buddy. The only thing that was Cap was his butt on my you know what, bouncing up and down. Your dad's a preacher, and he was instilling the Holy Ghost into me, honey. He was instilling the Holy Ghost into me. Okay, communion all the way around on that holy altar. Okay. Always, baby, always. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, he was on his knees, but he wasn't praying, okay? He was on his knees, but he was not praying. Okay. And that's how it be. And that's how it be. But welcome in. Phantom, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate it. You tell us. Hallelujah. You guys, I love you all so much. Thank you for being here. I had to be a little sass for a moment. Okay. Just a little bit. But welcome on in. I hope you're all having a fabulous Wednesday. I'm doing good. Got a lot done today. We're doing some Fortnite today, kind of yapping, hanging out, doing our thing as we do. Thank you for the follows and the love. And Haley, thank you for the follow. I so appreciate it. And I just hope you guys are having a great freaking day. And thank you for your daily heart music for coming in as well. Otherwise, no big news here. We kind of yapped a little bit on Purple to start. I need to do more yapping on TikTok. But the updates for y'all, I did go get a Pokemon card pack last night. But I had a huge pull from the Pokemon card pack, guys. Look at, oh my God. So it was kind of worth it. So I'm going to be like, you know what? It was worth it, so it's fine. Okay. I'm having a great day. I am Cologne. Yes. Nothing people think of for gifting a sub. So that I'm serious about. Chloe, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. So that was super, super fun. So definitely had a blast doing that. Otherwise, I've been crocheting. I woke up early. I'm trying to record some more videos, guys, of me just doing a little yapping with you all. Nothing baby just gifted. Nothing bagel. Just gifted 5 subs on Purple. Hi, Kate. Oh, I do, Katie. Yes. Well, Nothing Bagel, thank you for 5 gifted subs. That's crazy. Thank you for the love. That means a lot to me. Thank you. That's insane. I really, really appreciate it. And the other gifted subs too. But no, so yesterday, what was I saying? Oh my God. Oh, I've been trying to record some more like just yapping videos, guys. So I'd love your guys' thoughts or feedback on them, especially like if it held your attention at all. I posted one about the scalper situation that I found at my Walmart. So I posted one today. So if you have not watched it, if you're willing to, I'm trying to like figure out new ways to like make them engaging and fun. So, oh, Kayla, that's okay. I've been sick, so I've been out a little bit too. I don't know, Bubble Kitten. I can't remember. I listened to you talk to Brick Wall. Stop it. You make me so happy. Amber Katie, thank you guys for the gifties. My day's been good. It's been very good. So I recorded a video today. That's what I did and posted it. And I'm hoping it, I don't know. I'm hoping it does like, I'm still trying to get better at just doing like talking, just like talking, on camera a little bit more, you know, so I recorded just like a yapping video, which was lovely. And we're doing okay right now. So that's what I did. And I'm just trying to like continue to do that. Cause I want to just make like more casual yapping videos on the plats that are like interesting and stuff. No worries. Oh my God, you're going to Disneyland? Jealous. Are you bringing me right now? Because what the heck? I'm doing a good, Akui. How are you? Hi, Kelsey. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for the heart me's. I appreciate it. But yeah, so that's kind of the tea. That's kind of the shade there. I'm so hectic. Well, Cole, I'm glad that you're here. Oh my gosh. And hey, thank you for the follow. I'm not looking at the battle pass right now, Kate, because I've been trying to like avoid it because of the current craziness going on with Epic Games. So I haven't really looked at it yet. I will say there is one that I think is kind of cool. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's the octopus one that I like. Favorite Disney character? Hades, one of my top favorites. Hey, Steph. Hey, Nazi. Surprise later. Yes, we are in Courage JD's pickaxe tournament later on. Yeah, Akui, I've been having a lot of fun with Pokemon TCG. I've been having a blast with it, actually. Squibbly, yes, maybe it's called Squibbly. It's a pickaxe only tournament. So it's in like an hour and a half. So I thought that'll be a fun thing that we're gonna do. So I think it's only one video though. Like I think it's gonna be very quick. It's just a quick thing. So I think it'll be kind of fun and a vibe. And we'll have a good time with that later on. Yeah, the only weapon is your pickaxe. Yeah, and if you guys know Courage JD, he's obviously like a really big Fortnite streamer, so we got invited into that, which is going to be fun. I haven't played it on here before, Kate, no. But otherwise, I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for following. We're almost to 10 followers on TikTok. And don't forget your daily heart me's. And just thank y'all so freaking much. I'm trying to think of anything else. But yeah, no, the biggest thing is I've just been working on recording more casual videos that are like fun yapping videos that are interesting for folks. So I posted one today. I would love to know your guys' thoughts on it. If you guys like felt engaged during it, if you got bored halfway through, like let a bitch know, because I'm trying to get better at them. And the best way I can get better with them is hearing feedback from you guys. Okay. From you guys. And I want to hear the real, please give me feedback. Like if you're like, this was kind of boring, like let me know. Like I want to hear it from y'all. Okay. Yeah, the thing is I was trying to make it so it wasn't too long. That was the tea, that was the shade there. So like please, but I'm always open to it, you know. Again, guys, I don't know much about Pokemon. Yes, obviously, like if you're not into Pokemon, that might be like a hard one to be like, yes. But I'm trying to figure out more videos to talk. The funny thing, I was saying this yesterday on stream. I can sit here on live and yap with you all for hours. You know what I mean? And have no problem. But when I'm trying to think of something to say for like a yapping video to post on TikTok, it's like I'm not a human. I have nothing. My brain goes, it's like there's not a brain cell left. They've all left the station. They're all gone. They're all gone. Please, Copium. Marissa, usually around 1 to 2 p.m. EST. And Fanny, thank you for the heart. We appreciate it. It's like out the door. It's like, it's so annoying. And it's so annoying to me because I can yap for hours. But the moment that I have to like record it, I'm like, girl, this is awful. But I want to make more videos like that because I think you guys would like those videos. And I think that's what's going to connect me more, that aren't just like gaming clips. Because I feel like gaming clips are fun to post, but also at the same time, like that's not all what I do. Obviously, that's like a third of what I do on stream. You know what I mean? Or a quarter of what I do. So I think it's Fishy. I can't remember what we named it. I'll have to look to see. Handsome Wizard, thank you for the follow. The DVD HD for you. Yeah. Is more flowing? Yes, exactly. It's like you second guess whatever you say of it. Exactly. A day in the life would be awesome. The only thing for me, here's the tea. A day in the life with me is so boring. My life is so boring. I know that's crazy to say. Clip this about not being able to clip, not gonna lie. I know, right, Bubble Kitten? My life is so boring. I don't cook. You want to know what I did this morning? I woke up, I recorded that, I took a shower, which I'm a long showerer. I take like an hour to get ready in the morning, and I need to get faster at that because I'm slow as shit. Thing you've done, I love that, Majestic. I need to do like better practice with that one. And by an hour silly, I know. But beyond here talking about, wait, who you are, shy to do, wait, I missed you. I don't understand your message quite so much, user, but I don't get how you are shy. Oh, IRL streams. Yes, I know. Now I get what you're saying. Honestly, it's because I have to deal with real people. Not that you guys aren't real people, but like you guys are behind a screen, you know? And Discord, please, baby bean soup of me, but I haven't gotten TikTok. Yes, I will TikTok ping. Thank you for reminding me. I will TikTok ping. Let me do that right now. I'll do that right now. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me. Thank you. Because I have not been doing that. So I was going to give you, but throw like a clip of you getting out of the car, getting there. Ooh. Okay. Which one, Cole? For the Walmart one that I just did, or the one where I talked about the scalper, or the one where I was going to the card show. Hi, Zach. How are you? Anyways, what was I saying, guys? Oh, my day's so boring. So I literally like woke up, took a shower, ate breakfast, and then recorded a video and started my live stream and did like a couple little things on my computer. And that's all I did. That's all I've done today. You know what I mean? Like I don't have like a influencer style. Not that you need that. I feel like normal things are regular, you know? But it's just like my life is not, I'm like, what am I going to record? You know what I mean? I'm like, what am I going to record? It's all the same shit, you know? We'll hop into a game, y'all. We'll keep yapping about it because I want to keep yapping with y'all about it, but we'll hop into a game to get ready. You are so fun. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. No, it's not that. It's just like, you know, trying to figure out the vibe, I guess, a little bit of things to make, you know? I'm trying to do more of those like fun, just like sitting and talking, you know, with you guys. Because that's what I feel like I do the best. Probably not Coachella. The scalper one, I also didn't know what a scalper was at all. Ooh, got it, Cole. Okay, good. That's good to know. The hard thing with TikTok is like the longer the video is, the harder it is to get the right stuff for it, I guess, or whatever. But what was I saying? I feel like for me, hold on, do I have the volume at normal level here? Okay. I want to make sure it was at the right level here. I'm feeling so much better, Sammy. One of my big things is I want to just be able to like sit and yap and like have like a funny yap sesh on a video that does really well. You know what I mean? that's like relatable, but that's what I struggle with the most. I'm not going to Coachella, no. That aren't specifically stuff not from my stream. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing I'm trying to do is stuff that's not from my stream. Hi, Rachel. How are you? Welcome in. So I always appreciate your guys' feedback on it. And I'll gladly take the feedback. Like, I really, really will. Because you guys are the people who watch these videos, right? So, like, if you guys have thoughts on them, I will always take them. Jerry, nothing really. We're just kind of yapping. What's your Fortnite unpopular opinion? That shockwaves are awful. Hi, Holly. How are you? Guys, thank you for the gifties. Fast changing season, intense perspective. Yeah. Bubble Kitten, if you want to DM me, I would gladly like yap with you about it if you're willing to. If you're willing to. People overhyping them. I don't think I have hated shockwaves since they've come out. I think it makes the movement not fun in the game. Can we engage? Okay, that's good to know. I should like maybe next time I'll do something where I like explain what a scalper is. You should do a drag queen. That'd be fun. Yeah. Specifically, what I'm trying to do is like content that is not from stream, if that makes sense. So like stuff that I record outside of stream, you know, that has nothing to do with like my live stream at the moment. Why do you hate them? I'm curious. So I don't love shockwaves just because I hate fighting people with them because it's all, you just have to run for hours. And it gets to the point, it's like whoever has the most shockwaves at the end of the day wins. And I just get so over that. Pels, I don't cook. I should cook, but I don't cook. My favorite Pokemon, Minin and Plusle are my top two faves. Scalpers. I have Insta though. That's fine, Bubble. Are you in the Discord? You can also DM me on Discord, Betty. Why not do an IRL stream? I would love to, Weird Clouds. The only thing for me is I don't really have anything to show or go or do. Show or go or do. Trying to cook would be funny? Yes. I think that would be funny. I think that could be funny. Again, it's all about stuff that's like not from my stream. You know what I mean? Like stuff that I would record outside of stream, if that makes sense. Conventions, yeah. Only thing for me, I loathe. Girl, is the game louder than it normally is for me? The one thing I hate for me, for IRL streams, I hate recording people in public. I hate recording people in public. Why is this so loud? It's usually never this. I'm like confused. So loud. It sounds pretty loud, right? It seems extra loud, but it's at the normal thing. That was weird. Is that better? I just turned it down some. That was odd. That was odd. It was louder in my ears too. That's why I was like, hello. That's better. Okay. I was so confused all of a sudden. Yeah, no worries, Bubble Kitten. But the only thing for me, so IRL streams, like if I did an IRL stream of me going to like the, to like a card show or whatever, I hate recording people without their consent. I am that person, you know. I don't love recording people without their consent. And so I always struggle with that, you know. That's just my thing. I always hate doing that, you know. That's my only thing, is I just don't like recording people. Like the multi-part YouTube, like, oh God, I can't remember, Marble. I wrote it down and see, I can't remember now. Heather, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, fair enough to me. Yeah, I don't know. It's so tough because obviously in this day and age, like everybody's recording, but it's also like, I don't know. I just struggle. So then it's like me just learning how to record in public without recording people. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just like learning how to do that shit, you know? Happy, I'm going to be real with you though. I wonder if that was staged. Not that I love Happy so much, but it felt a little, based off of the scream that Happy did when they put the camera down, I was like, that might be a stage moment. That was for April Fool's Day prank. Okay, so it wasn't real. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, that's the way I watched it. I was like, I think that was staged. When I watched it, I was like, I don't think that was real. Yeah, when she said, let me go, I was like, oh, Happy stage that one. Yeah. That was a skit. Yeah. Hi, Sydney. How are you? What's your best rich people? Oh God, I don't even know. Also, guys, we're 9 heartbeats from the Heartbeat goal. Thank you so much. But yeah, anyway, so I'm just trying to do more of those types of content. Even just like me just doing like, you know, videos of me giving my takes or talking or like whatever. Thank you, Cheyenne. I appreciate it. And thank you, Faith. Like, I don't know if you guys know who Bran Flakes is. Happy, I do, yeah. Bran Flakes, most people know who Bran Flakes is. But kind of like the videos that Bran Flakes posts, that's like kind of my goal to do for content-wise. If you've ever seen his stuff, kind of like that. So Cheyenne, thank you for the follow. Yeah, when does new season come out? Happy Wednesday, Abigail. Bran Flakes is serial? No. He's a content creator. In face, thank you for the heart me. I would love to do that, yes. It's just obviously being able to go and find time to do those things, right? What I'm trying to do also is make like content that's easy to record from my house, like on like a Tuesday, right? Like today, for example. You know what I'm saying? That's like a quick thing I can do as well, you know? So today, oh, I have watched Love on the Spectrum, yeah. Oh, is that a person? Yes. Yeah, it is. So yeah, guys, thank you for the heartbeats. Thank you for the love. Welcome in, by the way, for just joining in. I hope you're having a fabulous day. You want buying boxes? I do sometimes, but I don't. I'm more into the Pokemon cards right now. I've been doing more Pokemon cards right now. Hi, Urine, how are you? Get ready with me. Again, I could do that, but also... Got him. Sorry, I had to lock in there for a minute, y'all. I had to lock in there. I gotta be careful here. No, wait, I need the minis. The minis, please. The minis. Let me lock it for a second. Hold on. Yeah, they are basically useless in zero build. In zero build, they are useless. Okay. That was pretty good. That was a good play there, I think. I'm not gonna lie. Hi, Vanessa. How are you? Not gonna lie. Good play there. Oh my God, my nose got stuffy all of a sudden. Ooh. I didn't have it happen right now. Do you garden? No, I don't. I could. I should. But I don't. Again, I'm open to all ideas too. I really do appreciate it. We also have a Discord section where you guys can put ideas in too. And if you guys, oh, hold on. If you guys have opinions on the recent video, please feel free to drop them in the Discord too. I would love that in like the React section or something. I got pinged, but I don't know where from. ADHD. Oh yeah. Up top there. Yeah, I see him up there. He's like waiting. Should I push him? Urine, thank you for the super GG. He's aiming and waiting. Shit. Just better. God, I'm so fucking good. God, I'm so good. Shit, I'm gonna die here. I have no healing right now. Oh my God, I'm so good. That was insane. And sister, I'm so good at that. Are you kidding me? Was there a chug? Ooh, minis. Hold on. Girl. Oh my God, that was literal. I'm not gonna lie. Creative, no, not anymore. I was, but now people got annoying and mean with it. So now I'm doing it out of spite of everybody else. Now I do it out of spite. And I don't know that I do it still. So, you know, now I do it out of spite of everybody else. That was very sweaty, I won't lie. Hi, cutie. Hello. There was a chug, was there? That's okay. I wanted to get away because honestly, that guy would have been kind of crazy. Oh my God, how did that not heal me all the way up? Did it only get one? Oh, didn't mean to do that. No! Fuck. Every time. Every time. Every time. I was playing so good too. I look away for 0.2 seconds. My day's going good. Thank you for asking. And guys, thank you for the follows. We're almost at 10 followers and we're 1 heart me away from our heart me goal. We're doing so good there too. Damn, that was crazy. Clip what? Sorry, Bubble Kitten. Always gets you out. Usually a Miku. Usually a Miku. Usually, guys, I'm gonna send you a goal. Thank you so much. And Maddie, thank you for the follow. It's supposed to be a game. Nice, Bubble Kitten. I love that. I love that. Yeah, that was sweaty. That was sweaty. Jules is your enemy. I don't really know what the current sitch is with it. Scooby-Doo's been getting you recently. That's crazy. I love that though. I love that though. Also, guys, I do have to mention, so as you guys see this goal here, unfortunately, I have to start setting goals on TikTok because otherwise we're going to lose our Gaming Life Pro badge at the end of the month. So we do have that goal on there, but as always, your presence is a present here. I do have this goal here. We have to hit 300K on TikTok, 300K coins. But we are, as of right now, at like 85K for the month. So we've been doing amazing. So I have the goal on there for right now. The daily goal on there as of this current moment, just to let you guys know. That's why that is on the screen to update you guys. But you guys slayed yesterday. So thank you. Thank you. Across state. Wait, I love that. I like surprises later. Yes, we're in a tournament later. I'm very excited. Thank you, Adri. I'm good. I'm Folsom. Thank you for asking. Kels, thank you for the finger hearts. What is the Pro Gamer badge? It's basically like being verified somewhat on TikTok. Megan, thank you for the creepers. Daffy Duck that gets you. I haven't ran into Daffy Duck. Much at all, actually. Much at all, actually. Much at all. As a wild, wait, that's awesome. Yeah, but okay, that's what we've been doing. I mean, if more people want to, they're all more than welcome to run them as well. But we do have one person running one right now. Games are good, Kirby. Games are good. I had a pretty good game. I mean, we just had one on. Casual, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Grab that. You still panic when you see Santa Snoop? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Triple playing? Sometimes I do. Not very often, though. Abby, thank you for the follow. And Shelly, thank you for the heart me. Thank you, guys. And guys, how many shares are we at on TikTok? They're just, they are literally just, no, Kiana. They are just, XP. 9-8? Only 8? Oh, I'm gonna kick your guys' asses. What the hell are you talking about, only 8? What are you talking about? Not in this chat. What? Now, girl. We're supposed to be at like 100 by now. What are we doing here? I'm giving you the side eye. You all are fired. Fired. You have them nervous. It's going up. No, Sam, we're doing great. We're doing great on both. Fired. Oh my God. I used to have that meme as a video. Yeah, Bubble Kitten. Yeah, we have a clip account that someone in the community runs. Fired. As of right now, at least. As of right now. That's so funny, Tony. You immediately like back to the lobby. Back to the lobby. I'm good. Back to the lobby. Which chapter started playing Fortnite? The end of chapter 5. I started playing. So I'm still fairly new to the game. Still fairly new to the game. Ish. Oh my God, I have no movement. Can I afford, wait, can I afford the gloves? Yeah, I'll buy those two. I love it. I love it. Guys, thank you for being here, by the way. We're almost to 15 followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by, leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. Oh my God, wait, did I play?
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty. I didn't play that yet.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you're slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald. I forgot I had this.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go
From ATL. Hi, Nova, how are you? She's bald. How do you feel about Toy Story coming to Fortnite? Just another collab in a sea of collabs. In a sea of collabs. Another collab in a sea of collabs. Another collab in a sea of collabs. I should play OG to try and get the thing, right? Thank you, Weird Clouds. I appreciate it. Erica, thank you for the follow. Just another collab in a sea of collabs. Hey, lovies, hello. Ooh, we got a fight going on up here. Where is this? Up top there. Oh, that was close. Holy shit, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was close. 1 health. 1 health, honey. Alina, thank you for the heart me. I play the Kingdom Hearts games, yeah. Ooh, that was close. That made me nervy. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, no bug fixes, I know. Woo! And going, I don't know, Kara. We've got a few. I mean, we've got a few. I won't lie. I can't remember off the top of my head, though. I'll be real with you. Guys, thank you for the heart and the love. I really appreciate it. Ooh, pizza. Pizza, pizza. Wellwood, Bubble Kid? It's crazy, I know. Which shotgun do you like the most? I actually love the new shotgun. Whatever it's called. What's it called? The new one? That one kind of eats the most for me. That one kind of eats the most for me. Play Wii Sports. Oh my gosh. I thought about vintage games like that. Yeah. Chaos. The reload. Yeah. The Chaos reload shotgun. Yeah. Ooh, blue chest here. It hates you. I think I'm good right now. Break the llama. What's your best Fortnite tip? Be okay with losing. I lose all the time, and you kind of just have to get used to. Fuck. Girl, Girl, oh my God. I can't. The jumping to me, I just can't. I can't do it, guys. The jumping drives me crazy. I swear to God. The jumping like that makes me want to literally throw up. Why is this not breaking?
Put that candy back. I'm not buying you all that mess. Oh, try me.
Is this broken? Is it bugged out again? No, not this. You don't write this one. This one you break. Shit. Fuck, and I'm gonna lose. Where is this guy? What's going on right now? What is happening right now? Come here, llama. Kira, with a follow. Jeez, Louise.
This one is for the boys with the booming system.
Oh God.
Down EC with the cooling system. When he come up in the club, he blazing up. He got stacks on deck like he's saving up. And he real.
Help! What is going on? This game, y'all. This is so stupid. Yeah, so those things, Bubblegum, we're trying to avoid. So as much as I love those ideas, those are all great. We're trying to move away from any Fortnite content because otherwise I just become a Fortnite streamer, Bubblekin, if that makes sense. So we're trying to avoid doing any Fortnite content anymore on like short form videos. Oh, crap. If that, I love the idea, but you know what I'm saying? The Gleek in me is living for that. Literally insane. Yeah, it's like one of those things, you know. I don't even know what's going on in Fortnite right now. Girl, I keep thinking that this damn thing is like a freaking how long do I have to ride this for to get loot from it? I am Shani, yeah. This thing is so dumb. Yes, Weird Clouds. I mean, we already do variety games, but I'd rather be like even just a just chatting streamer. Guys, thank you for the gifties. This thing is funny though. You have to run so fast. How do I run with it? Sprint? Ah. There's no loot? Oh, okay. Girl. Had to lock in. We've done this before, Em. We just get no. Usually it's we have to like, so I'll tell you about it here in a second. So here's the thing, guys, with gaming with my live streams on gaming, I play diverse games often. People just don't show up for them. So it's kind of a little bit of a catch-22 of having to grow our content outside of it before we can grow it on stream, if that makes sense. You know, like for example, the other day we played Marvel Rivals after Fortnite and we dropped from having like 400 people between both streams to like 100. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So it's a little bit like that, you know, it's a little bit of like having to figure those things, you know. Unfortunately, until we reach a point where we don't have to worry about it too much, you know. I need this for a second. I'm so locked in, guys, so sorry if I'm not looking at chat because I'm so locked in. I'm like actually locked in. Watching the gameplay, I love that though. That makes me so happy. Many different characters. Ooh, okay, Vulcan, slay. Yeah, I thought we're doing favorite type videos, CJ, yeah. It's more so the videos I'm trying to create are also things that are like new people will be interested in watching too, right? Not just like, as much as we love like our baddies, but you know, a little bit of that. Ella, thank you for the follow. Shit. Jesus. How was he? Those shots were crazy from him. Those shots were crazy. Yeah, again, we're trying to avoid anything to do with like streaming. So all of the content that I'm like, we're trying to do is nothing gaming related, if that makes sense. So like, we're trying to avoid any gaming clips whatsoever. If that makes sense a little bit. Like growing the community outside of just gaming. If that checks out little by little, a little bit. Yeah, was he? Why was he? I don't know what he was clipping all over the place. Guys, if you're new and just running in, y'all, let's do a little introduction to say hello, by the way, to say hi.
I'll tell you who I am. I am your zesty bestie.
So like yapping, and stuff like that, you know.
It's Britney, bitch.
Nope, that's just an ADHD stimulation SpongeBob reference. Watch for a night more like a life. Like, yes, yeah. Whatever content you do, we've been doing some new stuff. Again, we're trying new things. So I'm always interested to hear your guys' thoughts about it in terms of like, what do you call it? In terms of the videos that we posted. Like, for example, we did you know, a video where I just yapped with you guys. If you guys know someone like Bran Flakes, who's a big creator, those types of videos as well. That type of just like chatting videos type situation, right? Because I've always said, and I always will say, that my streams obviously are not about the gameplay. I don't know why I'm putting on so much chapstick right now. And are more you guys just yapping with me, and we have like a little yap fest together, you know? And so it's taking the feeling of that into our like other content outside of stream, you know? Outside of stream. But unfortunately, as much as I would love to be able to just like say, screw it, we're just gonna do just chatting, I will lose every amount of inch of income that I earn, which I can't just do that, right? It's a nice thought. And I know people are like, you just have to like dive into it. Absolutely. But unfortunately, like I am tied to earning an income so that I can pay my bills. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, like we tried it and we've dipped heavily on TikTok because of it, right? So it is a balance of that, right? So it's a balance of trying to find those things, you know? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like a balance. So we're trying to do that with more short. So the idea being, so here's the idea of like what our content is. It's basically what I've talked with my management company with and with other people. The content that I'm going to be trying to create is like, the stream is like you guys coming in and gaming and hanging out with me, right? My short form content is like being on a FaceTime with me and also like doing more day in the life stuff, et cetera, et cetera. And then my long form content that I post on like YouTube is like more produced things to entertain you guys, right? So that's like the three pillars, if that makes sense. So that's sort of the idea and the concept of everything. Do you ever play with your followers? Not often, but sometimes we do. Yes. Cowboy, thank you for the finger hearts. I appreciate it. And yeah, we're not drinking coffee anymore because of the anxiety. What's good in the item shop? I don't look at the item shop anymore, much anymore. Unfortunate. So yeah, that's kind of the tea. That's kind of the shade there with that, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's gonna be multitasking. Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, sorry. My teeth are like, I don't know. Ugh. My teeth are like sore weirdly. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, baddies. But yes, if you're joining in on TikTok right now and you really leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie, we're almost to 20 followers, so thank you. Did you whiten them? A little bit ago, but not for a hot minute. I'm gonna get my fan on. I'm a little warm. Thank you, I appreciate it. And Mango Mama, thank you for the follow. It's gonna be toilet. Yeah, I'm not even like looking at the shop anymore unless I absolutely need to. I'm not looking at it anymore. I'm just not these days. Pretzel was good. I'm just jumping. Wee. Are you an Epic partner? No. I have a creator code, but I am not an Epic partner. I am not. Vontae, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So yeah, if that makes sense for the videos that we were trying to do or attempt to do, just more of that type of stuff. Not yet. Yeah, I'm not even like, I'm like, nah, if we become one day, we do. If not, we don't, you know? Monster High in the shop. I just don't think I can get over the fact that they laid off 1,000 employees, you know? There's no collab in the shop that'll bring back 1,000 jobs, you know? In my opinion, that makes it any of it to get in my good graces again. To get in my good graces again. Heard of Palia? I have. I don't like Palia, but yes, I have heard of it. That's the one I wanted. I'm dead here. Never mind. Look at Taylor. I get there very often. Thanks, Fonte. I appreciate it. Dead here? Maybe not. Weird. SAR? No, what's that? I love Palia. I am not a huge fan of like, I'm not a cozy gamer anymore. I used to be a cozy gamer. I'm just not so much anymore. in that regard. For the most part. I see him behind this here. Girl, I'm dead. Just kidding, I'm better. Other energy, thank you, Super Royale. Oh no. I've never even heard of it. Dude, vocal stim, yes. Guys, thank you for tapping and sharing, y'all. We need some shares and taps on TikTok to get us on the algo. I don't know why Fortnite is so low for us today when it's our main game. What's going on? Just kidding, I'm better. Okay, let me swap those around. Pick that up. I'm not really watching any shows right now. I'm not. I'm kind of on like a, not a show break, but I'm just like not watching anything new. How are you? I'm doing good, Mama Rach. I'm doing good. Baby Jane Doe. The Pit. I guess the Pit is the new one. No, Jazzy. Probably never will again either. I like them too. I guess that'd be a bot down here. See if you like it. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Thanks for being. I appreciate it. Do you watch any reality shows? I am a big fan of Below Deck, but I haven't watched Below Deck a lot. At least new season stuff. The thing for me is I get addicted to a show and then I will binge watch a show, like dangerously binge watch a show. And so I try not to do that anymore because then I go crazy. You know what I mean? And then I don't get anything done that I need to get done in my life. You know? Hi, Betsy. Hello. Hi, Mom. Welcome in. Below Deck are good. Are they? Where is this bot? Through clips on TikTok, are you? Watching Lost, love Lost. Lost is one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Lost is one of my favorite TV shows of all time. Hi, I'm Ricky. How are you? Trying to find where my rival is. There he is. Girl. What's she doing there? What's she doing there? You just finished Sex in the City? Know about your Glee obsession? Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so obsessed with Glee. Glee's like my OG baddie. OG baddie. Lost still gonna reach up to. Michelle, thank you for the heart me. Star Trek? No, not Star Trek. No. Below Deck is like a reality TV show. A reality TV show? Oh, I can't afford that. Meow. Play Roblox? Not really. I haven't before, but I feel like I struggle to find fun things to do on Roblox. That's what I was saying yesterday on stream. I'm like, I feel like I end up playing like a couple rounds of DTI and then I'm like, okay. Okay. Thank you, because I appreciate you, Kelsey, for the heart puffs. No, I do want to see the new Project Hail Mary, though. Serena, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Guys, think we can finish out the finger heart goal this round? We're like a third of the way there. Matthew, thank you for the follow, too. Welcome in. Literally bold. Ooh, okay. Good to know. Thank you, baddies. I see y'all. So good. Kate, thank you for the follow. No, I'm gonna keep what I got here. It's so good. Okay. Thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys. Let me get this. I was hoping. Can't afford any of these things. I'm broke as a joke, honey. Okay, I don't like that there's a bunk here. This makes me nervous, honey. You're reading the book. Project Hail Mary, nice. Yeah, I do want to see it. Here we go. Girl, I needed him to like stand still. I don't love the pistol. Dresser press, yeah. I was saying I've played dresser press, but I get bored with it very easy. I don't think I like the pistol, guys. I'm gonna be real. I don't think it eats as much. Guys, we're just 25 away from the finger circles. Thank you. I just don't think it eats as much as I want it to. I'll be real. I'll be real with you. I just feel like I don't hit my shots with it as well as I do. I know. Isn't that crazy? Where is this guy? Oh my God. Oi. 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 Take that. Nope. Girl. Oi. Play the target. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do, yeah. Slaying today, we kind of are. Yeah, isn't it T, Gucci? Hi, Haley, how are you? Isn't it T? Hi, Jay. Ty, thank you for the follow. See if I can buy some heals. Hold on. Kale, thank you for the finger hearts. Complete the finger heart goal. You are such a baddie. You guys are so baddies. We'll just grab the mist here. For a min. Was there a mist on the floor? Damn it. Make it. My audience is like 80% female, 20% male. About 80% female, 20% male. Just about. Hi, Sam. Hi, French Fried. How are you guys? Bots haven't been too bad on this game. Not too bad. Not too bad. Guys, thank you for the love. I so appreciate that. We're doing good, Claudia. How are you? Welcome in. I got to keep an eye on the time, guys, because we do have the tournament here at 4 o'clock. Schitt's Creek, I love that. And that glider 2 stop. I know. Ah, shit. Gotta be a bot. How did I lose? I hate this game. Literally 2 health. 2 health. I'm in this tournament. We are doing a pickaxe only tournament that Courage JD is hosting, which I'm kind of excited about. It's gonna be fun. Let me set a new goal, y'all. So stop playing it. Miles, no. Same way I wouldn't stop sucking your dad off last night. I'm not gonna stop playing this game.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call just sexy. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
Yeah.
You know I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go
Gaga.
BTL.
That's such a good bird. Oh, a good bird. No one give. Whatever you. What are you trying to say there, honey? You want to try and spell it out again? You want to try again, sweetheart? If you're gonna try and say something, let's try and say something intelligent in the chat. Okay. Okay. Oh my God, she's bald. If we're gonna try and say something, at least say something intelligent. At least she's bald. Is it? Thank you. Your father must be proud. He is proud. He is proud. I make a living playing Fortnite on stream. Is your dad proud? Because he was really proud sucking my dick last night. Oh God. I make myself laugh. I make myself laugh. I make myself laugh. I'm too funny. Your mom watching you? I know. I'm too funny. I make myself laugh. Listen, I gotta do some comedy. Okay. Okay. I love your energy. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. I know, Jaquie. She's gonna be like, what are you doing? She's just shaking her head. She's like, what are you doing? Thank you for the tiny tinies. I appreciate it. Oh, Ben, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for the follows. If you're new here, welcome in. Welcome in. We're almost to 30 followers this stream on TikTok. So thank you for following. Bow, bow, bow. BFF. Every time he does a dead joke, he shakes. I know, it's true. It's true. ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Okay. Never failed to make people start laughing. I'm glad. Listen, I'm glad. Okay. I'm glad. Guys, I'm crocheting, by the way, at the same time that we're playing. Because you know what? That's what we do around here. Why am I jealous of dead? Well, now hold on a minute. Now hold on a minute. Sometimes milk tea, yes. Sometimes I ask to be in them. It depends on the day. I think the goal is actually hurting us on the FIP, so I'm gonna turn it off. But we do have the goal on TikTok, guys. As a reminder, I guess the Minecraft community is way more wanted to rock out. That's fine. I think that might be hurting us a little bit. We do have the goals on TikTok because we do have to hit them for, unfortunately, to stay Gaming Live Pro. It's so stupid, but unfortunately for Gaming Live Pro, we do have to hit the goals. It's so stupid. So dumb, or we lose it at the end of this month. New frustration might struggle with mine. Yeah. What do you make that? Make a little froggy. Hi, Savannah. How are you? Wisconsin. Oh, God. Sounds like a little bit of a scam. I'm doing good. Hi, Leah. How are you? Guys, thank you for the heartbeats. I appreciate it. Let's see if we can share out that live. Let's get 10 shares and let's even get to 100K taps. All right. See if we can lock in a little bit, y'all. I do, Megan. Yep. Very much so. Very much so. Naila, thank you for the tiny dinies. I appreciate it. Hi, baby doll. How are you? Very much so. Thank you. None of your business. Sebastian, thank you for the heartbeat. ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. I'm good, Storm Rider. How are you? Oh, sorry. I'm doing good. My throat is like dry as all get out today. I might need to put my like humidifier on. Maybe it's just dry in here. Maybe it's just dry in here. I don't know. Is that your main skin? Nah, it's just one of the ones I wear a lot. It's just one of the ones I wear a lot. I like it a lot. I like the bright look of it. You know, I enjoy the bright look of it. Girl, just open up. Okay. Thank you. Do you have a main? I don't have a main. Not really. Not really. Peyton, thank you for the heart me. Guys, we're 2 followers away from 25 followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by and are not following, I hate to break it to you, but you're homophobic. But if you hit the follow button, you are no longer a homophobe and you're going to heaven. I don't make the rules, honey. I just enforce them. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Belsy boop boop. Boopsy boop. Thank you for the follow. That's a crazy name. You are not going to heaven. You are not going to heaven. Mm-hmm. 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 Absolutely. Favorite draw spot? I do like this spot a lot. Guys, thank you for all the gifties. I appreciate it. Smiley face, thank you for the follow too. Ooh. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I hate this game. It's so fucking sweaty. It's not even fun anymore. It's just so sweaty. I didn't even get a chance to look. I look over for 3 seconds. It's so sweaty. It's like insane. It is so sweaty. Well, damn. Damn, y'all. Hold on. I might need to plug my humidifier in. I'm like, literally, my mouth is so dry. Twin autos, yeah. Guys, thank you for the first ever gift with the heart me. I appreciate it. Hold on, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta plug my humidifier in. I said I could not breathe. Oh, that's literally so dry. It's so dry. I don't know, Jasmine. We definitely have something going on TikTok today because we are like not out on the FYP at all. So I don't know. Kisses, I have like over 500 skins. It would be a lot to show them all. It was so good to be. I know. Actually, I think I'm gonna change my skin to the Dreamer skin again. The Dreamer skin. What do you mean different aspect of Fortnite? There are other games. The moment I do that, we lose about a third of our viewership. I know it's a crazy thing, guys, but like people like to watch Zero Build with me. If I played OG, immediately we would lose half our viewership. I'm telling you guys, it's just the way it works with Fortnite, unfortunately. Liz, thank you for the tiny dinies. It is just unfortunately the way it works. I don't play Blitz, no. Fortnite is very specific and it's like what people want to watch, unfortunately. Alex, how are you? Jelly, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we did try that bubble. Yeah, we've tried that before. Guys, thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. How are you, Alex? Good to see you. Good to see you, baddie. Yeah, it's just I wish it's just the way that Fortnite is. It's the way that Fortnite viewers watch a stream, unfortunately. It's why, like for Courage JD, when he plays Deadlock, he goes from having 10,000 viewers to 250. It's just the way that a Fortnite audience exists. They just are very picky on what they like to see, and that's kind of how they work. It's okay. It's just how it is, you know. You were saying those nice, yeah. That too, Shix, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Guys, thank you for the tiny Liz. Thank you for the tiny dinies. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hello from New Zealand. Hello. Oh, I'm the bus driver. I feel like the bus driver is fun, but also it's kind of useless, right? I think we can all kind of agree it's kind of useless. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Wait, shit. Everything's breaking. Ah! Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. Look, you do like driving it? Nope, Haley, we're a variety streamer. We're a variety streamer. So we don't just play Minecraft. If I just played Minecraft all the time, I'd shoot my goddamn brains out. Hi, Taryn, how are you? I feel like I don't have a filter today. I gotta be careful. I got to be careful. On stream, yeah. Hi, Evany, how are you? I'm doing good, Taryn. For Blub, yeah. I mean, listen. Well, you have to understand, Haley, you might play like an hour of Minecraft a day. If I were to play it every day on stream, it would be 6 hours every single day of Minecraft. So it's a very different, it's a different scale amount of time, right? It's a different scale amount of time. I do stream full time, yeah. I would love to be on the QSMP. Just the other building? Yeah, I heard it too. I'll make my way over there. Just different scalable amounts. Hi, Liz. How are you? I'll try that for that one right now. Have you ever tried Roblox? I have. The only thing with Roblox for me, I like Just to Impress, but after like 3 rounds, I'm like, okay. And every time I try and play other games, there's like nothing fun to play, you know? Maybe I'm not finding the right games to play. Cute LA pets. Yeah, Haley, right? Yeah, but then also you have to think every day, right? I think people don't conceptualize every day. That's like, I have to remind folks, it's not just like 1 8-hour session is one thing. It's every day, guys. Like 8 hours a day, every day. Hi, Brand. How are you? Every day. It's in here. Oxygen not included. I think the karaoke one I've seen before. I'm doing good, Brand. How are you? Girl, where is it? I'm losing my mind. I can't find it. Usually, Fortnite and Minecraft are our big two, and sometimes we play other things depending. I would love to play other games eventually, like a story game or things like that. Oh my God, my mouth is so dry today, guys. Every time I take a sip of water, like, I feel like every second I need a sip of water. Girl, I'm losing my mind. I cannot find this blue chest anywhere. Where is it? Oh, it's in here. Random's like that, yeah. I'm like moist free. I got, yeah, literally moist free. It might be Carl. You play Fall Guys? Yes, Fall Guys is such a throwback. I used to play that literally. That used to be the only thing we used to play on stream, actually. Crazily enough. Crazily enough. We got somebody. Ooh, he dead. Is he in the bush over there? Yeah. Nah, 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 nah. Fuck it. I hate this game, bro. I'm just, whatever. I just like, I can't. Oh my god. Gags over there, we're literally. I can't. How's the new update? Misery. It was fun for like a hot minute, but now it's just so sweaty. You know what I mean? It's just so sweaty now. Again. Let me set a new goal here on TikTok, y'all. Let's do hand hearts for a little bit. We'll do those. Again. I gotta check the time though. What time is it? It's 3:25. I'm just seeing for the thing here. Okay. I was just checking because we have the tournament here in a little bit. We're gonna do NBR. I have no idea. What's the M word? I don't know what the M word is. What's the M word? What's the setup? Sorry, for what, Peyton? For what? Hi, Momo. How are you? 3 p.m. Yes, yeah. EST. It's 1 p.m. PST is when it is. Other vibe. Thank you. I appreciate it. Guys, thank you so much. If you're just running in for the first time, y'all, leave a little follow button if you're just running in. Do you enjoy being a full-time streamer? Is it more of a sometimes thing? Definitely. I love being a full-time streamer. I don't love I love being a streamer. I love doing this every day. I don't love a lot of the different like algorithmic things I have to fight with constantly. That's what I don't like about it as a job. Like your game setup. I don't understand. Sorry, Payne, I don't quite understand your question. I don't understand your question. I'm sorry, Payne. I don't understand it. Like, do you mean like computers? Do you mean like mouse and keyboard? I love that, BB. That's awesome. Like, what's in front of your face? A computer. I have a computer here and then 2 here. No, I pay $800 a month for private insurance. Kisses. Just as it should be enough. Yeah. I love that, M Piper. Thank you, Haley. That means a lot to me. Okay, wait. I'm gonna fish here if nobody lands here. Somebody's got, oh my god, never mind. There's Daffy Duck or whatever. Bye. I feel like ranked is less sweaty than 0 build. Wait, I'm sorry, your insurance is $800 a month? Yup. Emma, thank you for the heartbeat. I will say, at least to me, it seems to either bother you less, the numbers, or you don't talk. Wait, like nowadays, it doesn't bother me as much as it used to, Megan, you mean? It used to not as much. It used to bother me more, but yes, yeah. It doesn't bother me as much. It is just it's an annoying thing. How is the money aspect? Hope that's okay to say. It depends on the month, right? Some months it's great, some months it's not. It really is depending on the economy. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, obviously, like it depends on also what type of creator you are, right? Like if I was a full-time Fortnite content creator, guys, I do a lot of different things with my streaming. I would not be focused on, I'd be focused on like using the code in my shop. I would be focused on like YouTube videos. I mean, I think it depends. I think it depends on the type of streamer that you are. I really do. And I'd focus less on community aspect of it. I would 100%. Yeah, it's all tip. And like anything that I like today, right now, guys, we've made I'll tell you how much we've made right now on TikTok. Yesterday we made $100 on TikTok. Today we've made $9, right? So like, it just depends on the day. It 100% depends on the day, right? There's no consistency to it, right? At least on TikTok. $9. Yeah, $9 so far today, yeah. Cosmic Casey with the follow. Move that there. Nope, it does not. No, it does not. Do you have anything with the follow? The only thing that makes money on either platform right now is just by gifting. That's all it is. No PTO? Yes, exactly. Like, for example, I lost because I was sick last week and missed like, I don't know, 10 streams. I missed 10 streams last month because of me being sick and other things. I lost about $1,500 of regular income. From being sick, right? Because there's no paid time off, you know. The highs are highs and lows are lows, yeah. And also, then the algorithm also does not love you once you also take them off too. Hi Voka, how are you? No, it's taxable income. It's taxable, Megan, yeah. Does it pay your bills at least? Yeah, right now it does. But I was smart and saved up at least 3 months of my bills before I became a full-time creator because I knew that it's just, I don't even care. Like, let them have it. I don't even give a fuck. I don't even give a fuck. I don't even care. Like, I didn't want to even do that. You know what I mean? Like, at that point, I was like, I knew it was going to happen. Smart to make a profit, you got to start with profit. Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's you waiting. Yeah. I'm just like, just have the win. Just take the win at that point. It's okay, Angel. It's going all right. Something fishy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm always, I'm so much more. I'm more than willing to, I always love to talk about streaming and stuff, you know? Read the streams. Regards like have, yeah, it's tough because they have, yeah, they have a much like longer, obviously much more faster chat. Of anything with a follow. No idea who that is, V. No idea who that is. Oh, girl. Okay, here we go. Yeah, for sure, Evergreen. You guys want to know the best thing to do to support a stream is watch games that you don't normally watch a streamer play. That's the best thing you can do. Is just be a part of the community. Games are going good. That's what, that more than gifting, more than anything else. Like, if there is one thing that you can do to support a streamer more than anything else, it is literally just watching them play every single game that they play on stream. That is the way you can support a streamer more than gifts, like, specifically. Who's your biggest editor? Oh. Streams, yeah. As long streaming a long time stream you want to do, I do, yes. I think content creation is something I want to do. I would love if I could get to a point in my career or in my streams where I didn't have to stream like 6 hours a day or something like that. You know what I mean? They are, Haley, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, my goal is to be able to like make more YouTube content, do those things, and have that be the source of our income more than having to stream like 6 hours a day or something to do that, you know? And then being able to stream, you know, when we want to or when it feels like it, you know? Are you not a part of sponsorships? I am. So sponsorships are, they vary, right, Brant? So like the thing with sponsorships that people don't realize, I don't get paid. So I have to plan all sponsorships 3 months in advance because there is a 30-day to 3-month period that sponsorships will pay out. So for example, the most recent sponsorship I did for Free Cash, I won't get paid for that till 3 months from now, right? So like, that's also part of it too. That's how most sponsors work, for the most part. So you have to also plan out that income as well because you never know. Like, sponsorships are great, but there is like there's a level of waiting time, you know? A little bit. They used to do more. You Worship Angel. They do less now that I'm not one of their big earners. I used to be a much bigger earner. And so I earned, was this a bot? Yeah, it's a bot. So it's a little bit less than it used to be. Which I don't really care, you know what I mean? Girl, I'm gonna die here. Yeah. Do your parents support you? No. I mean, they support me in that they support my dreams, but they don't financially support me. That's what you ask. It depends on the sponsorship. Usually they have it's like a grace period that they have. I don't know why. It depends on the sponsorship, really. Some of them are dependent. Now, Alex, thank you for the hand heart, by the way. First, second, thank you for those hand hearts. I appreciate it. And Cherie, thank you for the hand heart too. It really just depends though on the thing. How old are you? I'm 27. It really just depends on the sponsor and like what the sponsorship deal entails, right? I don't do sponsorships that are based off of performance. Usually, I usually do flat rate for mine specifically. Have you had any bad experiences with sponsors before? Yes. Have you rejected? I reject sponsorships on the daily. I could make a lot more money by choosing to do AI sponsors that I don't do, because I don't believe in AI. But I've been offered a lot of money doing AI ads that I don't do. 23. I did first. Bye, Leah. See you later. I used to do lives in the gifts basically just equal money. It sounds like a lot of change. It still equals money. It's just a percentage of it, of course. There's also like new things now with it too. But yeah, I've turned on a lot of AI. I would say I get at least 2 to 3 AI ad sponsorship offers a week that I turn down a week. Just about that much. You also have ads. Usually it's for like AI games or things to help with your game. Usually it's for AI games though. Games that are like specifically AI based. Girl, where am I getting? Oh my God, there's 2 people. I can't. Where is this person? Oh my God, where am I getting shot from? Girl, there are like 18 people around me right now. Can they fight each other? Dude, I can't. It's like third party central. Fuck! Dude, just take the fucking win. God! I hate this game. Like you can't do anything. You cannot even, like, it's like every time, man. It's insane. So much, yeah. I know the game is AI based. They specifically say it's AI. We're expiring, so I joined since you think in your community was eating it up comparatively. Like I was really surprised with our viewer base. Really? Oh yeah, we have a very high return rate for what we do. It's like you can't even breathe. Oh no, I know you followed me the whole way. Alex, thank you for the finger hearts. Hi Megan. Hold on, I gotta check to see when we have this. We have this coming up here. Okay, 10 minutes prior we're joining. So we've got like 10 minutes ish till this thing, y'all. Team today, I know. Shoot one shot ever. I know, it's like you can't even shoot one. I'm telling you, you shoot one shot and people. I think the thing is we need to do is just bait people in. You know what I mean? I think that's the only way we're gonna win. This has become one of my favorite skins. But yes, I'm always happy to answer questions about content creation because I like to answer it. And guys, if you are new here, let me introduce myself to say hello again.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call, just text me.
Thank you for the Zesty.
Okay.
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
Yeah, I try and be as open as I can, right? I try and be as open as I can because I think it's important, you know. And we're almost to 30 followers, guys, so thank you for following if you're joining in. Do you think you made the right decision going full-time with streaming? I do. I think I didn't. I think I anticipated that I would love being a single game streamer more than I anticipated, you know. And I think the mental part is tougher than I expected it to be, I think. I think that the mental part of streaming is much tougher than I expected it to be, you know? Above the city. Yeah. I'm doing good, Eloise. It was your favorite. I love that. Like, if I just played Fortnite, or if I just played Minecraft, or if I just played whatever, I think we would absolutely have a much larger viewership. 100%, you know? 100%. But I just don't like it. Alex, thank you for the hand heart. I appreciate it. I'm doing good, Luke. And then thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. You know? I've also never wanted to be that either, you know? I've never wanted to be that either, because it ain't me. It ain't me. By the mental part, the mental part specifically, I mean, to get into it, like, for example, on Monday, we were playing Fortnite and we had 280 viewers on TikTok and like 230 on Twitch. And then I switched to Marvel Rivals and we dropped to 80 viewers on TikTok and like 160 on Twitch, right? There is a mental aspect to that I don't think people realize a lot. That is, your value is determined by the games you play. And so that is a very hard thing. And I still struggle with it. I try not to think about it too much, but it is something that, you know, most streamers do struggle with, you know? You know what I mean? It's kind of just how it goes with the algorithm, but that is part of it, you know? So that part, I also think constantly having to like, I think a lot, and again, this is my thing. I think too, it's like constantly having to be like on for something, you know? It's like another thing too, you know, there's like a mental aspect to that. Like if you're having a bad day, for example, right? You know, those types of things. Pete, thank you for the hand heart. Tomas, thank you for the hand hearts too. And then I also think the mental thing too is just in terms of, and this is probably for most self-employed people, it's not even just being a streamer, but like just, you know, constantly thinking about like, you know, preparing your income, preparing your whatever, you know, all those things, right? You know, that's also a big part of it. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. Hi, Hunter. How are you? Yeah, some paper for sure. Alex, give me the friendship necklace. I am from New York. I'm in upstate New York. Upstate New York. Upstate, baby. Nope. Girl. I can't. I'm trying to get better at tracking when I'm fighting, like in a 1v1 situation. I am trying to track a little bit better there. Devin, no reason. I usually don't even carry heals. There's literally no reason for it other than I just had it. Thank you, CFB. I appreciate that. Do you watch the Jersey Shore? I used to watch it when I was like a kid. Guys, thank you for the goodies. I appreciate it. Were you born there? Yes. I live in my hometown right now, where I grew up. Where I grew up. I got to keep an eye on the clock, y'all, because we do have to get off at 3:50 to do the tournament, y'all, around that time, or to get ready for it. I cannot get my mouth to like stay wet. Pause. But like literally. One day I would, for sure, Sebastian. Yeah, one day. One day for sure. Oh. Yeah, it's much cheaper. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. I need movement, guys. I have no movement. We'll be on both. We'll be on both platforms. We're not getting off. We're gonna be like switching to a different game mode. I really think it's just one. I'm pretty sure it's just one round that we're doing for this. It's for like a video for Courage JD. So it won't be like a long thing. It'll just be like a fun little pickaxe tournament that we're doing with other content creators. I don't think it'll be a long one. So it'll be fun. But it starts at 4. So I'm just keeping an eye on everything to make sure I don't miss the clock. You know? Don't miss the clock. Fun. Yeah. My favorite season. I do like this season a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I have been enjoying this one. Boring. Imagine a job. What are you trying to say? I'm Brady. No, I'm sorry, friend. We aren't doing any Game of folks right now. Never heard Renus give me a headache. Oh no. Yeah, they're fun, right? Little things. The Simpsons was a good one. Yeah. Was dreadful. Oh, you didn't like Simpsons? I hated it at first because I feel like it gave me a headache. It gave me a headache at first, you know, when I first started playing it. I just feel like I couldn't see anything half the time. Yeah, Brant, I did. Yeah. I worked in the theater industry prior to, I mean, I worked a lot of different jobs. I worked in an office too, but I worked in the theater industry prior to being a full-time creator. I did like that one gun. What was the gun called? The, oh my God, I can't remember what it was called. What was it called, y'all? Krusty gun? Yes, thank you, the Krusty gun. Krusty gun was fun. I like that one. I did like the Krusty gun. I'm trying to keep an eye here. It's 3:45 right now. What's the lore with the CDs? Wait, CDs. The Mr. Blasty, yeah. Come here, you llama. Wait, there's somebody over there first. Hold on. Bot? Bot, maybe? This has got to be a bot, right? I wish I had a single piece of movement. I wish I had a single piece of movement. I wish I had a single one. Guys, we're halfway with the Hantar goal. You think we can finish off that Hantar goal there? We're halfway. I want to get this stupid llama. Come here. Hey, cutie. Hi, Mrs. Mercury. How are you? That's good enough for you. Come here, honey. There we go. How long do you have to ride this thing for? Hi, Yanny. Bum, bum, bow. That's what she said. Bag of chips. Oh, he riding. Oh, there's a progress bar. You definitely are. You can be. Absolutely. Depends on the knee strength. Okay. No, leave me alone. Just let me ride the llama. Let me ride the llama. Leave me alone. Did it drop the loot? It did. Okay. Loot kind of sucked. How do I get off this thing? Fuck! Wait, what's going on? Oh my God. There's two people here. Jesus, what is fire? What is this? Girl, what the fuck? What is that? Oh my God. What the? Fuck it. This sucks. I hate this game, dude. I hate this. Like, what is going on? What the fuck is that? I can't. I'm so over it. Like, what even was that? Girl, that is insane. Oh my God. I don't even know what that was. I literally have no idea. I literally have no idea. Okay, guys, I think we're about to start the, we'll yap for a few because we're about to be in the tourney here in a few minutes. So I'm not gonna join into another game. I was so overstimulated. I was like, hello? It was kind of funny. I was like overstimulated by the amount that was happening there. We are doing a pickaxe only tourney. I believe it's only one round, so it'll be very, very fast. It's Courage JD's pickaxe only tourney. Is the tournament solos? Yes. Yes. Yeah. We all have to land in like a specific spot. I need to turn off visual audio too for it. Where do I check visual audio, guys? Is it in access? Where is it at? I don't have to pee, actually. I'm okay, Jackie. I'm all right. I have no idea, Lexi. Bubble, what are you? I'm sorry, Bubble. I don't know what you're talking about, babes. Under the speaker. Is it the speaker? Thank you. I couldn't remember which one it was. Okay. We have to turn those off for this. New York Winnings. Yes. Oh my God. Thank you for the. Oh, wow. Wait, that's so cool. The little journal. Wait, I love that gift. Thank you, Batty. Thank you. Thank you. I'll put the goal back on the screen here, y'all. Again, we are trying to hit this goal so we can keep our Gaming Live Pro, y'all. Keep our Gaming Live Pro. Put that back up on there. So we take Rose. Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it. Oh, I was like, wait, what are you talking about? All right, so we're just waiting to see. We're gonna yap for a few guys. How are we doing though? We're having a good afternoon, I hope. And thank you guys for tapping and sharing. We're 3 followers. We're gonna show out the next 3 followers because we're almost to 30 followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by right now and you're not following, then you're homophobic. If you're literally on the FYP right now and you're not following, then you are homophobic. I'm just saying that. If you're seeing this right now, or if you're on Purple and seeing it too, you are homophobic. If you follow, then you're not. Just like you just did. Yes, Patty. Okay. And Hales, thank you for the follow. Hales, you've been following me before, though. My nails? What color are you doing your nails? Yeah, just never drive in the city. Never drive. Literally went to work at an event and a day. Oh, I love that, Jackie. That's slay. That's so slay. I love that. That is very, very slay, y'all. Just got out of your lecture. Maletta, thank you for the follow. Guys, if you are new here, let's play our intro real quick to say hello. Okay.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call just
I did miss Miz, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
Hi, Trainwreck.
I am that girl. Shh, bitch, don't kiss and tell. It girlfriend
ATL. I have no idea, Luke. I don't think there is anything. I think it's just like a fun thing. Just for a thing. Beefy Queso TTV, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see y'all. But basically, there's no healing. Pickaxe only. We can like literally only pickaxes. We can't do no movement. Like we can't pick up anything. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Just pickaxes. Aspen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. And no visual audio. And then B0 build. And we're landing at a very specific POI. We're landing basically underneath the Dark Dominion area. I don't know, Vaney. I don't play as much as you do. What do you want me to say? How are you a virgin in my chat? What do you want me to say? Okay, I'm level 46, but you're still a virgin in life. So get out of here. I love you, Vaney. Oh. I don't know. I don't know why I'm only level 47. No weapons. Yeah, it's a pickaxe only tournament. It's a pickaxe only tournament. So we're just waiting, y'all, till we get like notification. I didn't want to hop into the round because it's going to start in 7 minutes. You know what I mean? In 7 minutes, I'm waiting. Thank you, Aspen. I really don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, I feel like we play quite a bit. I don't know why I'm only that level, but I don't like chase down XP or anything. You know what I mean? I'm not like hunting down XP, I guess. So I guess that might be part of it too, you know? And I don't do quests. That's the other thing. I don't do any quests. So like if there's I don't do the quests. I don't do any of that stuff either. So Bobby, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So I don't do any of those things. So that's probably why, I guess. Probably why. Specifically why. And yes, we are crocheting a little bit too. We're just kind of waiting for a few. Yeah, again, I don't really, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I care, but also I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I ended up finishing it, the Battle Pass last season. I just, I'm like, okay. Like, I care, but also I don't care, you know? You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, it's fine. I'll get there when I get there. Your orange couch looks so comfy. The cuck chair, yes. The cuck chair. I'm crocheting a little froggy right now. Nicole, guys, thank you for the gifties. I like this. This is becoming one of my favorite skins. This one right here. I do love this skin. It does kind of eat up a little bit. Do you have any pets, like in real life, or do you mean on Fortnite? On Fortnite, we have a few. In real life, no. My family does. I would love a dog one day. A dog is my goal, but also, I don't want to get a dog when I am still like, I feel like I want to be more financially stable to do a dog, We're doing a tournament. We're doing a pickaxe only tournament. I know Moses is in it too. I'm trying to think who else is in it. I think Ruthless Cat is in it too. I think Goat R2 is in it too. So yeah, there's a few folks in it here. Okay, I have to join the event stage, guys, and you guys are gonna be able to hear them supposedly. I don't know about Happy. No, I don't know about Happy. I probably not. I assume not. I don't know. Okay, I have to hop in for this event stage thing. Thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you for the spider, Evergreen. Thank you. Such a kind gift. Okay, guys, we're gonna hear what's going on here.
Heals, no weapons, and no movement. Basically just you and your pickaxe.
Can you guys hear?
As far as healing, again, no healing. We just don't want to have any heal offs or anything like that.
Sebastian.
It will be 0 build though, so you will have like that regenerating overshield in that aspect. If you haven't already, if you could turn off your visual audio in your Fortnite settings, that would be great. And let's see here. And then also a player did mention something to me about auto pickups. So some of you guys do have that auto pickup setting on. Now, if you auto pick something up because you don't know how to turn off that setting and then you just drop it later, that's fine. But if you just want to avoid like maybe accidentally using an item, which, would disqualify you, I would just recommend turning that setting off in your settings right now while you have the chance, and then you can turn it back on later.
JD's mods, I believe. It's one of his moderators, who's basically just explaining the rules of.
And then if you haven't already, so in that sign up channel, again, basically our plan is to have all of you guys land in the same general area to start, which will just ultimately help make the map or the match go a little bit quicker. I know there was some concerns about.
I think this is going to be really fast, guys. I think it's just for a video for him, so I think it's going to be really, really quick.
What's it called? Sorry, I'm totally brain farting right now.
I see Jetpack Louie is in the call.
The siphon, sorry.
Moses.
Okay, yeah, siphoning. You can tell I've had a lot of sleep, guys. I know some of you guys, I've been messaging you all night. And I was messaging you like super late into the night, so apologies. I am a little bit tired, running on fumes at the moment. But I appreciate all you guys for being here for this tournament today.
Hi, Victoria.
I am super excited to get this going. Swappa does have some plans for you guys that are some little tricks up his sleeve, so it should be a fun recording.
We'll see what happens here, guys. I said, sure, why not? I'll hop in.
Let me go through some of these questions real quick. So server wise, so what we're going to do is we're going to do central. Main reason being is that we do have a lot of people from Australia. We also have people from the UK. So even though it is like an advantage for anybody that's located like in North America, I didn't want to pull it all the way to like NA East, for people in, UK and Europe and things like that. And then, totally forget about our Oceania peeps. So
sorry, Robbie, I don't do
we're just kind of gonna cut it right in the middle. Hopefully that works out. And then
I'm working on a frog right now, guys. It's kind of cute.
And Karim, I did see your message. It's all good, man. Totally appreciate you. And you're in the Discord, so you can
I
always
don't know
participate
any
in
of the
future.
other names on this list, guys. It looks like there's other Fortnite
Mace,
streamers.
there's no way you just put that in the chat.
But I know Jetpack Louie,
All
Goat
right.
R2,
Yeah, we gotta get Razza coffee. I know, right? Okay. What's
Moses.
the question? So, what if Zone goes to Squibbly Shores, where the water
I see
heals
those
people? Do we
guys.
just not go into it? You know, that's a good question. I will ask Swappa whenever he comes in. But I would say, like, I mean, if the zone's in the water, there's not really much you're gonna be able to. You know, that'd probably just be like a. Let's just hope that doesn't happen. I don't think that would be great for the video. Can we use slurp trucks and barrels or no healing at all?
No heals.
Swappa would prefer no healing at all. He doesn't want any heals at all. Mainly because that kind of gives like an unfair advantage for the people that aren't able to find those
I know you guys are supposed to hear this
slurp
person's voice.
trucks and barrels. Whereas if we just focus on like the overshield and nobody heals, everybody's kind of at that fair
No
advantage there.
heals. So it's just to the death. The only thing that's gonna revive us is Overshield. I feel like it's gonna go fast. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like that's so fast.
And then yeah, no movement or anything, so everybody's gonna be at the same speed.
You guys can't hear
Again,
me?
it kind of seems like, you know, pickaxe only. You know, what kind of fun can be had with that? But again,
I can hear
guys,
you.
we do
Okay, you
kind
guys
of
hear me.
have
Okay.
a few tricks up our sleeve.
Yeah, just
and then,
pickaxe.
you know, with us making you land in the same spot initially,
The 50
and then you can
shield.
disperse. There are obviously probably going to be some challenges that Jack has for you guys to make it a little bit more fun. And then reaction content. If you guys do want to have like more
Yeah, they're just
screen
a little bit
time, my
louder. They'll be down in a
recommendation is
minute.
always
Let's give it a
just
minute,
keep
y'all.
talking to your chat. You
I'll
know,
turn them down a little
be
bit.
funny, and just be entertaining. You know, overall, obviously, if you're sitting there, you know, super try-harding, that's totally fine too. You know, there's definitely, you know, we try to have everybody get a little bit of screen time, but
Go to career? No.
you know, the more entertaining, you know, your point of view is, you know, the more we kind of visit that back.
Yeah, we're all landing at
throughout
the same
video.
spot.
So just a little tidbit there.
We're all landing at the same spot.
And then of course, you know, if you're not live right now, I would just go ahead and go live. Make sure your face
I think these
cam
are a
and
lot of
everything
also
is good.
small streamers that we're in with. So it's like some big streamers, some smaller streamers are in this.
Let's see. Other than that, while we wait for Jack and Swappa should be here any moment. I think Swappa is just giving him a little bit of briefing right now. Is there any other questions you guys have for me? Recording or Twitch VOD only? So we absolutely want you to be live and be streaming. Just in case.
It's not. I'm make sure I'm on
Like
NA
there's an
Central.
issue with your recording. Like we definitely want to make sure we have your point of view. But if you have the ability to record at the same time and you'd like to record locally, you're absolutely more than welcome to do that too. We just need you to be live, so that we can at least pull the VOD. Yeah, 0 slurp trucks and barrels. I know for sure Swappa just doesn't want any healing or anything like that.
And guys, thank you for the gifties. We do have our goals today. Let's see if we can slay those up while we wait here. While we wait here, y'all.
And Abby, our beautiful, amazing editor, Abby the Abby the Queen. She just said in the chat, please avoid
And we're
camping if
almost
you
to
can.
40 followers. So if you're scrolling by.
And so, you know, try
Mandy,
to
thank
kind
you for
of
the
be on the
hand heart.
move
You're such a
as
baddie.
much as you can throughout the map.
We can hide. I think.
Hello.
Please avoid
Hello.
camping if you can. Is the thing.
Gundacker just pointed out, if you have an honest mode on, you may want to turn that off just so that if you die, like Courage can
Thank you, Mandy. I
read out your
appreciate
name,
you.
or other streamers can read out your name for reactions, you know, all that super
Juno,
fun.
thank you for
So
the hand heart too.
I know some of you guys probably
you guys help
do
us so much,
keep an
especially with
honest
this goal
mode
because we're
on
trying to
because of
keep our
stream
gaming live
snipers,
pro
things like
badge. So
that.
thank you.
I would turn that off now for the match. Snags, great question. Actually, that's one thing I wanted to go over with you guys. So
Guys,
skins wise,
is AV Club a
please
big
avoid
streamer that I
using
don't
the
know
Courage
about?
icon skin as well as the Baymax skin.
Oh, Mandy, you are hot as
We
shit.
have a
Are
few
you kidding me?
reasons for that, but
Mandy,
I'll
I'm
let
gonna play a
Courage
huge alert when this
reveal those
tutorial
here in a little
ends.
bit.
Mandy, thank you. Mandy just said a meteor shower. Are you kidding me? Oh, you are a literal baddie.
Let me see.
Can we get some huge slays right now into the chat all over the place for Mandy, who just sent a meteor shower on TikTok? Oh my God. Thank you. That is so kind of you, my friend. Thank you so much. Huge slay. Mandy the cutie patootie. Thank you. Thank you. I'll play an alert here in a second. I'm just waiting for this thing to this like event stage to end.
And I am going to post all of this in the sign up chat as well, just in case anybody's having issues hearing me. Here in just a moment.
This is Courage JD. I don't know if you guys know who Courage JD is. He's a big
Commander
Fortnite
Crawley,
streamer.
so just like a quick recap, because it looks like I've messed up and didn't give you your roles. Basically, we're asking people not to use the Baymax or Courage icon skin.
We're in a tournament, y'all. They're
You
explaining
know,
the
make
rules
sure
right now.
if you can turn off
It's for a
auto
video, I think.
pickup and your visual audio is off, as well as anonymous
Just a fun
mode.
little thing to do on the side.
We're going to be playing zero build, and main rules are just pickaxe only.
Thank you
so
for the
no
hand
heals, no picking up
Megalian,
any
thank
kind
you
of
for the hand
items, or healing of any sort. You're just supposed to kind of run and avoid camping. And we're all going to be landing at the same POI. That POI is in the signups chat. If
I'm
you wanna look
so
at that
curious how it's
picture.
going to go with us all landing at the same
Everybody's
POI.
going to be landing there to start, and then Jack will kind of give you further instruction once the video recording starts.
I think this is
Which again should
basically
be
just
any
for a
second
video
now,
for him,
so.
which I thought it was more of a no, Bubble Kitten. No. I thought it was more of a tournament. I think it's just more for like a video type thing, but whatever, it's fun.
Tony, you kind of get the
We're
gist.
here for a good time, not a long time.
Yo, Tony.
Hey.
You kind of get the gist. I'm gonna post everything I just recapped in the signups channel. But I'm gonna go to my computer so I
think
can
they're
go
too
ahead
early.
and get the lobby booted up because Jack's gonna be here any second.
Well, Gwen,
so
Q,
I'm gonna
welcome
let you take over
in. And thank you for the
talking.
follow snake over on.
For now.
Yo. Well, speaking of which,
Oh, here's Courage JD, y'all.
did we tell everyone what server we're doing this on yet or no?
NA Central.
Okay. Swappa, I see 57 in the audience right now, which if there's also multiple Courage skins, and maybe we might have to lower the number from 50 players to something below that.
Yep. I can do that.
Thank you guys. We're about to be in a big tournament, so just bear with me a little bit.
I'm going to
welcome in. I'm so happy to have you.
Share my screen to you. I'll need you on the other Discord.
Yep.
We're waiting here. We're doing a little tournament with Courage JD. Just like a fun little thing. I think it's gonna be only.
I'm sure Raz has already gone over it.
It'll be very quick.
No healing, no nothing. What you enter the game with is what you have. That goes for like not using barrels, not using slurp trucks. What you enter is what you have.
Thank you for the haters. I appreciate it. I'm gonna set a new logo.
You're base 100 health.
Simple as that.
Thank you so much for the raid.
150 if we're doing zero build.
Okay.
Oh yeah, good point. Overshield.
Thank you, Ash. I appreciate it. Is there a prize? I don't think so.
All right.
I don't know. Honestly, I'm in it
Cool.
for a good
I'm on
time.
my second account.
For a fun.
I'm getting an ad on Discord. What the hell is this?
That's a thing.
Yeah, I just gotta.
Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday.
I'm just gonna have a good time. You know me.
What that's about.
You know me, y'all.
Raz, am I just doing the code myself? I assume.
I think it's gonna just automatically put us in.
She was moving over to her computer.
You're good.
So she could.
I'm just
do it.
here for the plot.
So I guess it's up to you. I don't think she. Oh no, she's got Unite. She's got Unite going.
Okay.
We're currently listening to Courage JD. We're about to start this tournament, guys. It's a pickaxe only tournament that we got asked to be in for fun with some other content creators who are in it too.
Build.
So it'll be a fun little thing.
Yes.
Just a fun little thing. Little Dorkster, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Multitasking like a madman right now.
Oh, you're good.
Whee.
As of right now, I know a couple names. Moses is in it. I see Goat R2. Who else?
Yeah, make sure no visual audio is on as well, and auto pickup. If some
I
of
see
you
Mullet
have that
Mace. I think
enabled.
Mullet Mace is in it too.
Um,
Jetpack Louie. Those are some of the folks I see who I know. Guac, who was here earlier.
Yeah, Raz,
audio.
I'd agree with that, honestly. Swappa, somebody was picking out something really small. There's a couple areas on the map. There is water that heals over time. Very slowly, though. Probably just don't, if you notice you're in there, just hop out real quick. It's only my...
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
They
Just
can't
try not to.
Yeah,
We
obviously.
just don't want people to be healing to full and have 250 HP and stuff like that.
No, not
NA
Mullet
Central,
Mace.
everybody. NA Central.
I think I'm in. I don't know what I gotta do here.
And if you haven't already, be sure to hit the hand emoji on the Unite that is posted in the signups channel.
This bot is crazy. It's gonna automatically put us in
there right now. 51 hands raised.
Nice, Ash. I love that. Did I say vanilla? I'm at Mullet Mace. Mullet Mace, the streamer. Mullet Mace.
55 now. And remember how this goes. Unite is gonna try and friend request you. Accept that friend's request.
Oh shit! I don't have friend request on.
You don't get it, like if you have friend requests off, you're gonna get a Discord DM that tells you to friend a certain code. You friend it. It's gonna ask to join your party. Let it into your party. The most important thing: make it party leader. It's going to put in the code, and then it is going to leave your party. That is when you know that you are good to queue and ready to go.
Again? I don't even know. Okay. Guys, don't add me
Jack,
right
am
now.
I good to start dispatching, or do you have it set up yet?
Oh,
Don't you dare
sorry.
add me right
I
now.
forgot I was on my wrong. I was on my other account. I'm putting the code now.
Don't you dare.
Yeah, Raz,
Oh, yes.
those other
Actually, I should have just listened. Oh, well.
the other group of people need the code.
Yeah, I think I think you're just waiting for me to get in queue, and then she's got it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
I'd rather do the easier way.
All
Just
right,
let it
I'm
do
in
it.
queue.
Guys,
I
I'm like
see.
throwing on so much chapstick right now. Everyone stay demure.
And remember where you're landing,
Guys,
everybody.
we're almost to 40 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by,
Pictures
follow
are
for a Zesty Bestie.
also in the signups.
Hi, CC, how are you? Right now, literally. Wow. I'm just waiting to see here. We're just waiting. I love that. That's amazing, CC. Oh my God. Like we can't. Yeah. We're just waiting here, y'all. Everyone keeps asking about like movement things. My number one thing is I believe, I think that the T is just no movement. Just all we're doing is walking around with a pickaxe. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. That's my dream though, CC. Danny, thank you for the heart. We appreciate
This
it.
is bound to be a lot of fun, per usual.
True. I see 5 now in queue.
That must be yourself and that other group of people, because if I'm not mistaken, Raz has not dispatched Unite yet.
No worries.
I just started dispatching, so everybody should start
never
getting their
mind.
unites.
Okay, guys, I should get a friend request.
If you are having trouble getting in, please let me know
Hi,
in
Kylie.
the recording chat, so I can get you squared away. Thank you.
I'm waiting to see. Oh, there it is. There it is. Wait, that's kind of crazy though. That's how that works. We are in with Courage JD. This is a cool bot. Wait, guys, I might have to use this bot. Hold on. Make it party leader. How do I do that? Did I do it?
I made it into queue. Hooray!
Oh no, wait, what happened? It left the party. You did it? Did I do it? Do I click play? Okay, wait, I think I have to. Okay, we're in. We're in. I was like, what's going on? Happy should use that for her tournaments. I was like, am I doing this right? That's actually useful though. I wonder if we could do that for like our sub games or something. T. How does Happy do it? She usually just sends a code into Discord, which is fine. It's like $5 a month. That's still pretty cool though. That's a cool bot thing. Really, Rosa? I love that. And guys, if you have a Strife left goal on TikTok right now.
I see 13 in queue, but I'll be right back.
Always trash. Always.
Did he say 13?
I was
Okay,
typing. I missed
guys,
something.
actually, so I'm having some issues with Unite as well. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna release the code. I'm gonna cancel Unite. I'm gonna release the code normally.
Oh, we're doing the code.
Okay.
Just please hide your screens right now. That's the main reason we use the code, is because we just don't want any lobby leaks. So please just go ahead and hide your screens. I'm gonna post that information here in just a moment.
Okay, guys, hold on. I gotta switch to full video.
Good deal.
Hold on.
Yeah, when you said 13, I was like, I'm in 48.
I think it got bugged out, y'all. Loved you full face though. Yes, you guys can see my full face for a minute while I wait here. You're so cute and large. Thanks. You're so cute and large.
Actually, Tony, since Jack's gone, can you start a lobby since you have a creator code?
Oh, you're
Start
so
a
fun.
lobby,
Oh,
give me-
sure,
give me
yeah.
a code. Just do like a number code.
Yeah. I gotcha.
All right. Let me know when
I'll
it's
send
good.
it to your-
We're
the NA
waiting. We're
Central,
waiting.
yeah.
Guys, who's gonna send the first join?
Oh yeah, I'll DM you the code.
We're just kind of waiting here. I feel like I should have peed. Jackie was right. I should have peed before we
So I'm
started.
checking to make sure that I'm on Central. I am.
Okay, everybody's leaving the queue.
Okay,
How do I
I'm
go
good to go. Here's the code.
Wait, where's zero build? Okay. No, I want zero build solo, right? I'm waiting. Only curious because lobbies? Yes, usually. Shelf tour? Oh my god, my shelf tour, yeah. The bot thing was
All
kind
right,
of cool.
I'm
though.
putting
Thank
new
you, Tabitha.
code in. Oh wait, or Raz's. Never mind.
I'm waiting. Did I get the code?
Yep, there you go. There it is. That ping that you just got.
Okay. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second here.
Remember, it's NA Central, and make sure you're on zero build solo. Okay.
I'm queued in. All right, it worked. It worked. It worked. Let me switch back to the game screen. It worked, y'all. It did work. Hi, Hal. How are you? It did work. Go pee, hurry. I think I'll be fine. I can hold it. I can hold it, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. We're 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 good. I can hold it. We're okay.
All right,
But
I got
we wait,
41 in my
baddies.
queue. If you have that same number, then you're good.
But while we wait, baddies, we do have our goal up here.
There we go,
We have
Phil.
our little
Very nice.
what is it called? Oh my god, what are these goals on TikTok? The Starry Fluff goal, and then we have our sub goal on purple. We're fine. Everything's fine. Kane Harley, guys, thank you for the gifties. Oh yeah, let me turn off friend requests.
I'm assuming something didn't work. I'm back.
Yes, we have a new code. We're just doing it
Okay.
manually instead of Unite. It did that stupid thing again where it split the two of us.
Yeah, I honestly think I'm just over Unite from here on out.
Oh,
Like,
they,
I think
they
we
don't
just,
like it.
like
they
we just don't
don't
even
like
need it
it.
anymore. And we just do it. I feel like most times we just do it manually at this point, and then that's also
Yeah, we
just
did.
less of a headache for Raz to have to set up the
I
Unite
liked
stuff.
it.
Like I just feel like Unite has become so unreliable.
They're beefing with Unite.
You should be
I know.
getting that
Fighting
new.
queue.
They're
Should be
beefing
getting
with
that
it.
new customs update though, right? Weren't you mentioning that on stream the other day?
I mean, I hope we'll see.
Good point.
I'm just hanging out, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just here
I
for
have
a
the
good
start
time.
button with 55.
Cool.
So just say the word, sir.
Kat, thank you for gifting a sub. We're about to do a little pickaxe only challenge / tourney for Courage JD for a video. This is the Dreamer skin. So kind of like, Kat, thank you for gifting that sub. I so appreciate that. I voted for Donald. Then you're going to hell. Then you're going to hell, Justin. Then you're going to HE double hockey sticks.
Is he 57 now? I don't know how many we're expecting.
Well, yes.
I also don't know how many we're expecting. I'm in one with 50, or I got 58 in mine. Should have about 67-ish.
What pickaxe are you using? I'm using the
Are you
bubble
serious,
one.
Raz? You
I
pull
thought
my
that was
leg
kind of
right now?
cute. She goes, thank you for the heart me.
Well, then I mean, if it's 67, then maybe we can.
I thought that was kind of cute.
I was making a 6-7 joke.
Oh,
Donald is your leader.
did she actually say she
He's
expects
not my
67 or
leader.
no?
Yeah, there should be around 67. Yeah.
He's a dictator, I think is the word you're looking for. Leader and dictator are two different words. Sorry, Justin. It's like a bot.
There's just a
Vanny.
couple people that are still trying to figure out their stuff.
Preach. Donald owns you. He does not own me. I'll tell you what. He owns nothing because he's claimed bankruptcy more times than most people in the world.
That's such a
So-
bad joke by me.
I mean, he owns literally nothing. He's literally been more bankrupt than most people in existence.
Oh man.
But sure. Yeah, he's owned by billionaires. There you go. Listen to Big Ed, y'all.
Almost there. We got 62 now.
I'm curious how this is gonna go. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just here for a fun time, guys. I thought this was more of a tournament thing. I don't think this is very similar to a tournament. Please. But yeah, go look at the price
Raz,
of gas
if you got
and
a
then come back
second,
and say
you want
he
me to
owns
hit it
us.
right when it gets
Girl,
to
he owns
67,
nothing.
or will you give me the go ahead? I know you're
Well,
overlooking this more
no,
than I am.
no bots
Yeah,
in the
I'm
lobby.
just asking if there's anybody else that's still having
No
issues.
bots
I
in the
think
lobby.
most of them figured it out. Like, give me a
Supernova, thank
second.
you for the heartbeat, by the way. Appreciate you.
Sure, of course.
August, thank you for the follow. Oh my God, can I please just have my glasses clean for 3 minutes? Thank you, Kitty. Appreciate it. Oh, Lord have mercy. I feel like every time I do a little clean on my glasses, immediately I have to, it's like they get a little more dirty. That's enough, Kylie. Listen. He's doing it for everything. He did it out of his own shit. What fluctuates more in Western New York, the gas or the weather? Yeah, literally.
Tony, I would say I would give it like
Listen, the
30
moment
more
that somebody
seconds and then you're
tweets
good to
out
go.
that
Okay, good
they're
deal.
going to annihilate an entire civilization, I think we have to realize they're no longer somebody that is mentally stable. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Not that he's ever been, but
Yo, Swap, can you send me the doc? Actually, I have it.
You got it?
sometimes CFP, but not
Yeah,
too
I'm
bad.
calling you on the.
Not too bad.
All right.
Exactly, Samantha.
And
You're iconic. Oh my God.
All right,
Yeah.
also,
No worries,
definitely
GDC later.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I
good to
know.
go.
No,
You
I
can
know,
queue it,
Kylie.
maybe.
No, you're good.
let's do it.
I know you
All
don't.
right, so everyone knows where we're going.
Yep.
I'll do the
If you
intro
don't know,
anyways.
Eric.
if you don't know, there's a screenshot of it in the signups channel.
Okay, we're in. Okay, guys, are you ready? It's happening.
I'll mute
It's
up, of course.
happening. We have to land at a very specific spot. So we have to land here. We have to land here, guys. This is funny. We're doing a pickaxe only challenge for Courage JD. We'll see if we win.
All right, no looting, no anything. Go to the spot. I'll do the intro and we'll start.
I think it's more of a video than it is a tournament, is what I'm finding.
Swap, I got bus driver. That's funny.
I mean, thank you for the heart, me.
All right, should we drop it straight down now?
heal. Literally, we can touch
Start
nothing
my
in the game
recording.
except for like having a pickaxe. Hi, Misha.
My game crashed instantly.
Okay.
So just
we'll
like
do
keeping
a
an eye on
quick
things.
requeue.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, please. That's all right.
Yep.
There's a bunch of streamers in it right
Going back
now.
out. We're gonna do a quick requeue. Sorry, guys.
Oh
Make sure
no.
Swap is in there.
Not a worry.
Are we requeuing?
Yeah, honestly, you could just keep code and re-ready out.
I was gonna say, yeah.
No.
Keep the same code. Just hit ready again.
Damn, we're requeuing, guys. Damn. I hate that. I hate when that happens. Yeah, it's one
All
big
right, somebody
challenge.
else has got the start button though.
Yep.
But I'm there with 3.
years later. Do I still have the thing though? Do I have the custom key in? Okay.
That was really funny. That Swappa got the bus driver though. I was like, oh, how fitting.
Hopefully it keeps me in.
Wait, really? I
Okay,
didn't
I'm
even
in still.
notice. I jumped
Happy
out and I just
birthday!
instantly got obliterated.
I think they're breaking the rules
Well-
because
If you have the
he
start
said
button, can you just message
we're
in the chat real
requeuing.
quick? I want to
We're
see.
requeuing.
And do you have like a creator code so you'll
why
be able
is
to start
no,
it or not?
literally me Miranda Priestland?
be
Why
a
is no
big
one
ol' yellow button.
ready?
Oh, actually, I have the start match button.
Oh, for the
Oh,
love
hey,
of
how about that?
God,
Slay.
why is no one ready?
Do we trust you with it though?
Staging for the heart, me.
He's a trustworthy guy.
Somebody crashed. Somebody who was like needed to be in it.
I'm
Not
just
really,
gonna,
Kylie,
read-
nothing
just
crazy
gonna
yet.
say, if you see
No, it's 'cause, like, we just started
red
it.
Baymax, well, I think Baymax is only red, but if you see them, do not elim them, please. Everybody else, you can.
Why is no one ready?
And back in. Joe, you're gonna have to. Wait, I can just.
This is a smidge overstimulating. Yeah, that's why I'm just like sitting here just
54?
waiting.
Or we're looking for
I'm just
8?
sitting here waiting. I guess we have to hear them, Ellen. I have to hear them. I'm just sitting here waiting. That's why I'm like not doing anything crazy. Spice, I'm gonna give the finger heart. But guys, don't forget we do have our daily goals. Unfortunately, I do have to talk about our goal on TikTok a little bit, baddies, because if we don't hit the goal this month, we unfortunately will lose our Gaming Life Pro on TikTok. It's so dumb. So we are trying to keep our like minimum goal daily. I hate that I have to do that. As always, your presence is a present, but I do have to talk a little bit about it. So we do have our daily goal here on the screen on TikTok. You should see it. Rations. Hi, Shadow. How are you? Leslie, thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. And don't forget, if you are getting coins, make sure to go to tiktok.com/coin to get them cheaper. We support the kids. Thank you for the follow. And Mia, thank you for the rose too. Because you're going to be spending, same thing with Purple Platform, because you're going to be spending more money if you do it in the app. And I'm not getting it, and you're not getting it. Mystic Bimbo, thank you for the heart.
59, 60, 2
We
away.
max out
Always.
at 62.
We
Yeah.
support the kids. Thank you for the heart. Me.
Appreciate everyone's patience again, guys. We'll get into this, and should hopefully be one fun game.
We
and
lose our
thanks
gaming,
again.
not today, but we have to hit
I see
300K
62, so I'll give 30 more
for the
seconds in
month.
case
It's a
people-
stupid new thing for TikTok Gaming Live Pro. We have to hit 300K coins for the whole, or diamonds for the whole month, or we lose our Gaming Live Pro badge. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. So the 15K is just like the number. I'm doing like a daily number, so that way it's set like so it's like each. I've mathed out the streams for it basically. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. It's Courage JD. He's a big Fortnite streamer, guys. He's a big Fortnite streamer. If you don't know who he is, we're doing like we got invited to be in like a tournament / video, I guess. Alexis, thank you for the heart me. For him. So we're doing that right now. And we're just kind of waiting. I did see that, Kylie. Yeah. And we're just kind of waiting. Not just be Fortnite. Yeah. I feel like he's moving away from Fortnite too. He's been playing Deadlock and stuff too. It is. All right, guys, we're in again. Again, I have to land here. We all have to land in the same spot. Oh, I'm glitching. Oh, we're glitching. We're glitching. We're glitching. The frames, Papa. The frames, Papa. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Does it even go popular? Did somebody have the Tongue Saharan? No. Thank you guys for
Right.
I appreciate it. Who was using that skin?
Spot.
Hi, Dolan. How are you? I missed it. We target them first. That's the rule. We target them first. Okay. Which goal, Brand? Which one? Hopefully we don't crash out this time. The like starry thing? Oh, it should be up here, I think. Is where the gift goal should be, Brant. It's the starry hat one.
Then just stand still over there, guys.
More,
Everyone
Misha.
stand
Get more
still.
support through TikTok. There's a couple specific things. Okay, we just have to wait here, y'all. I don't know what's happening right now, but I'm having fun.
Okay.
This is silly.
Nice. I think it looks good
Yeah,
from
it
my
is.
end. Yeah, I see people emoting.
It's silly. Brent, thank you for the air
Long
dancer.
shadows.
It's very silly. I want to see if we can
Swap
find
it with
I
everyone
wonder
being
what
so
skin
kind of
Moses
far
is
and a little
wearing.
bit spread out. It's not that appealing to the eye right here, from my perspective. But
Yeah, he's doing it for a
Think it'll be
video.
fine
I
with the
think.
edits?
I know the tongue's crazy. I wanna fight them already.
oh, hello. Is he gone?
Immediately I saw the tongue skin and I'm like,
Oh, rip. All right. Okay. Do you guys hear me? Jump up and down if you can hear me.
Megan,
Okay, here we go.
Bob.
I'll do the quick intro and then we'll get started.
I feel like he's too quiet now. Hold on. Let me turn him up.
Today, I'm hosting the ultimate Fortnite pickaxe only tournament where the winning player will win $250. Here we have 60 streamers and many secrets in this game. Streamers, you cannot leave this area until there is 50 people remaining. Go! Oh, let the fights begin.
Oh
Let
my
the
God.
fights begin.
I'm just running, guys. I'm just running.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now, throughout this game, I have many different
I'm just
twists.
running.
Oh, let me mute for this.
Guys, I'm just gonna keep jumping. Da hopping, da hopping, da hopping, da hopping. Stay alive. Again, I don't want to get hit. Ugh. Not the rivalry starting. Oh no. Not the rivalry starting. I think we all should jump the AI. Where is the Tung Tung Sahur? I don't even know where he is. Oh, there he is. Wait. Oh my God. Thrown. Oh my God. Hello? Are there 50 people left? I don't even know if people are left right now. Has anyone died yet?
One person, that's it so far?
Oh my God. I only have 70 health left. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I just see everyone running and jumping
Guys, I
around
have
like
70 health
crazy.
left. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm petrified. Oh my God. Watch me die right now, guys. I guess we have to wait till there's 50. There's 62 people left. Oh my God.
Yo, Swappa, can you hear me?
I'm petrified. I'm so scared. Guys, I only have 70 health. There's the Tung Tung Sahur. Get him. I'm just no one is dying.
All right, guys, we are going to back out one more time. We're going to back out one more time. Reset once more. It's going to take too long to get down the people, so we're going to go to build mode. So we're swapping to build mode, guys. Swapping to build mode.
We're swapping to builds. We're swapping
We are
to
going
builds.
to swap to build mode.
I don't know
Just,
how to fucking
we'll do
build.
same code, just go to build mode.
How? What?
I may or may not have been.
Oh,
the
I'm
first
oh,
person
I'm
eliminated.
fucked. Oh, we're
All right.
fucked.
That's okay.
Oh.
You know why I can't hear you. I don't see you in the call.
Oh, okay.
I don't see you in the call. Okay.
Is that all I needed to do? Was switch to build? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you now. Just make sure you're muted in this call.
Oh, it's because of the overshield. Okay. Okay. We're not gonna be building, guys.
Sorry, guys. We're
It's
trying
'cause
out
of the
something new with this
overshield.
and seeing how it goes. Pickaxe lobbies can be a little bit scuffed, so we're just trying to really
Thank you,
get it good
Shadow.
for the sake of
It's
the
the
video.
overshield, guys.
Swap up.
It's the
What I was
overshield.
saying
That's
was
why.
the POV of them out there doesn't look that great from the start of the intro from my perspective because they're pretty small.
I didn't think this
and
was
it's
like
a pretty wide area. Do you
I thought we were
want
doing a
people to
tournament.
pose more in the beginning?
Hi,
or
Kitty. How are you?
you don't really care as long
This
as
is
they
fine
can
with
see
me
me.
too. I mean, listen, I'm having a good time. Who cares? You know what I mean? We're having a good time. Yeah, this is like
Got
the Nick
trolling me
830
right now?
video shoot right now. I feel like I'm in the Nick 830 video shoot right now, guys.
Just to confirm, you already re-readied up, right, Jack?
Listen, we're
on
having a good
build
time.
mode?
Okay. Hi, Chicken Nuggets. How are you?
What'd you say, Raz?
We're vibing. We're
You
vibing.
already re-readied up, but on build mode, right?
Yeah. I see 50 in queue on build mode. I don't have the start button. Someone else does, but
I could also win
Okay, if you have the start
$150. Who
button, can you
knows?
type in the chat real quick?
We're doing a little tourney, guys. I'm doing good. Cheyenne, thank you for the finger heart. I appreciate it. Who knows? We could win that. Yeah, it's because of the overshield. I was like, girl, I don't want to play builds. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do here? Hello? Guys, who's gonna send the first story out on TikTok? Okay, so we have to target the Tung Tung Sahur, guys. That's the plan. I'm just crocheting while we wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have to target.
yeah, just a reminder, guys, no
with the
building in
first
this.
story
Just,
flip.
we're just
Thank
doing
you.
this so no one gets overshield back.
Okay, it's just the overshield.
Because I realized in the midway of that, if someone gets pickaxe once, they'll just run away, wait for their overshield to come back. We need to raise the stakes a bit.
I'm making
so
a little froggy.
there's no building in this. I see 63, so whoever's a start button can go ahead and queue
Little
it. We'll go
froggy.
back to where we were. I'll do the intro way quicker this time, and we'll get right into it.
Okay, here we go.
And Swap, I'm going to change this until there's 5 people eliminated, the first 5
Three.
people, and then we'll go.
I know he's louder than me. I have it very purposely, so he's louder than me. Thank you guys for your feedback.
I want to
though.
thank all the evil
I have it
gays.
purposely louder
Whoever
than me.
starts
so I
on
can
the
hear him.
start it. Let's see if it-
I just
Emily,
really,
okay.
really.
Someone got button.
I purposefully have him louder than me. We were asked to have him louder than us. Is it hard to crochet? A little bit. Once you
Unless
learn, it's
does
pretty
it not
good, though.
work because? Well, no, we did manually, so it should work.
I have him.
Yeah,
purposely
or it
louder.
could be they may not have like a creator code possibly, and so they can't do
Yeah,
it.
the big yellow button.
Okay,
Or
hit
it'll
cancel.
bug out and like
I'll just
no
do
one
new
gets
code.
it. So
I'll just do new
yeah,
code.
just do new code.
Holy crap, Fortnite. Fortnite make it easy to start a lobby challenge. Impossible.
And
Yeah.
you know what? He's right for
Okay,
that.
hold on.
And you know what? He's
Code
right
coming
for
in.
that.
Again, appreciate everyone's
Say it
patience.
again.
Did not expect this to take so long to get going. That's on me.
Wait, are we not?
Raz, there's
Wait,
new
hold
code in a central build mode.
Yes, hide screen, hide screen. Great comms. Great comms.
Pretty sure when you type in the code, it hides it anyway. So
It does.
Oh, yeah, good point. Well,
but either way, just be careful.
Okay, we're waiting. We're waiting for the new code, y'all. Who's hosting? Courage JD. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to. New code, new lobby. Bam, 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 bam. We don't need to hide the. They always say to hide the screen, but guys, you are not gonna be able to, unless I showed you my keyboard. You can't even see what it is. You know what I mean? That's what I always think it's so funny when they're like hide the code. I'm like, guys, they're not gonna see the code. Wait, hold on. Make sure I type that in right. Hold on. Like, you guys are gonna be able to guess that. You know what I mean? No, you're fine, Gemma. Bryles, thank you for the sub. I know. Think of all the pisses I could have done. Think of all the peas I could have had. Think of all the peas I could have had right now. Think of all the pisses. Yeah, Abby, for sure. What cookie crumb? Oh my god. Jade, thank you for the follow. We are. You miss 100% of the pisses you don't take. I like it, Allie. I think my walking pad is if you're somebody who's like looking to like actually walk inside your house and you would actually do it. I just don't walk very much. I should do it more. I love it. It's great for my standing desk because I put it on my standing desk sometimes when I'm doing work off stream, never on stream. I feel you, Allie. I feel you. The code was wet farts, wasn't it? Oh yeah, cookie crumb it was.
62. We'll give it 20 more seconds.
Here we go. Let's see. Guys, we're almost at 50 followers on TikTok too. Thank you for the follow. I stream full-time, Big Ed. I mean, I also do like other, I don't just stream. Like I do like brand deals and like I make UGC, other content things, but in the content.
All right, back to the spot. I'm going to grab a gun this time. We'll do the first 5 people eliminated or out. Then I'll start announcing some of the twists of the video and we'll be good.
Let's see. Hi, Cole. It's good to see you. UGC. I've made videos for like a platform from like World of Warcraft before. Just random shit. Random shit. Random things. They reached out to me usually. In phase, thank you for the starry fluff. I don't think so, Kizzy. UGC, user-generated content. So when you see like mobile ads for stuff, do you play WoW? Nope. I used to when I was a kid. Or like teenager. Oh wait, I gotta drop the spot there. When I was a teenager, I did. The only MMO I've really put a lot of hours into is Elder Scrolls Online.
Get Mellow Dubs driving the bus right over the drop spot. What a legend.
Hi, Mustard. This is funny. What am I, 12? So, target tongue to her. I loved Elder Scrolls Online for a while, Francisco. I love that skin. This is becoming like my new main skin. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like it kind of fits me, guys. Can I just say that I feel like this is gonna be my main for a while. I feel like this is my skin. I feel like it's so cute.
Right. Start recording. Who's landing that late? Your meat is dropping. All right, here we go. Today I'm
Yeah,
hosting
isn't
the
that weird?
Ultimate Fortnite Streamer Only Pickaxe Only Tournament. We have 60 Fortnite streamers here, but only one can win. Streamers, the first 5 streamers, you must stay in this area until 5 people are eliminated. Go!
I'm just gonna run and jump. I just want to stay in here till. I'm just gonna run and jump, guys.
Oh baby,
so that way I can leave.
If y'all don't make the jump, if y'all don't get these limbs, then I'm gonna start firing. So get to it.
Oh my god, he's gonna shoot people. Oh
I see
god.
people hiding already. Now there's a lot of different twists in this video as time goes on. So we'll have to see how it all plays out. Who should I start to shoot towards? Maybe you. Or you.
Oh my god.
Oh.
This is kind of Squid Gamey, isn't it?
5 people. Who are they gonna be?
Should I just stand and dance, guys? Should I just like give up and just start
Oh my gosh,
emoting?
it's absolute anarchy out there right now.
I feel like that's the comedy if I just start emoting.
How about you? Oh! Or
no one's
you?
dead yet.
Woo! Or
you.
you? Oh!
A rivalry started. No one has died yet, guys.
Oh, there goes one!
Oh, 2 are down.
Actually, 2! 2 are out. We need 3 more.
I'm petrified.
Once 3 more people are eliminated, you're allowed to go anywhere on the map.
Please don't let me be one of them. I just feel like it's gonna be one of me. Oh my god.
Oh, that's 3. That's 4. 1 more person.
No. I have 60 health.
Now remember, there's no healing, no items, nothing. It's just your pickaxe. Oh my gosh.
Can somebody kill somebody else, please, so I can
all
run?
that's left.
Girl, I'm petrified.
Who will it be? Hey, y'all better not be crossing that road. I'm gonna start firing out there.
Can somebody else die, please? Girl, I'm nervous. Why am I nervous?
Come on, 1 more person, please.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. All right. You're allowed to go anywhere.
Run.
Here's another tip. Whoever comes and eliminates me right here wins $100.
I don't care. I don't need the $100.
Who's gonna get me? Actually, maybe I'll start running. Maybe I'll start running. No!
Wait, why am I
Jetpack Louie
scared?
gets me. Congratulations. Now, throughout this
Guys,
map,
where do we go?
there is also 5 other courage skins spread out, where if you pickaxe them and
Guys,
eliminate
where do we
them,
go?
you will win $50 as well. Oh, down goes
Jetpack Louie's dead.
Louie. But hey, you know what? They won some money, so good for them. Reminder, no building, no nothing. Good luck. And you know what? I might also have a couple twists up my sleeve here to maybe thin the herd as time goes on.
I'm so
Might
scared.
have to be a little bit worried about that one is what I'll say here. All right, so let's go ahead and swap on through.
I feel like I need to like, do I play Edge of Storm maybe?
Reminder, if you see a Baymax skin, do not fight the Baymax. The Baymax is a secret weapon that I have.
Okay, there's somebody over there.
Someone currently chasing a Baymax. You know what? Go ahead. Get rid of them if they're not going to listen.
I would go Edge of Storm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and go like.
There they go.
Girl, imagine if die to fall
Down
damage.
goes
Imagine
one.
I die to fall
So what
damage.
you might
Girl,
have
I wasn't paying
seen
attention.
Is that I secretly hired a bounty hunter to hunt people down.
Imagine I died to fall damage.
Whenever I want in this game. Oh, a courage skin's been spotted. Mullet Mace has found one.
Oh my god.
Oh, they're going after the
Jetpack
chase.
Louie's spectating us right now. I'm so scared. Why am I like actually petrified? I feel like maybe I should just slowly walk.
Courage skins, don't make it impossible, but make them, work for it a little bit. But don't make it impossible. Make sure they can catch it, because it is tough to pickaxe limb someone.
I'm so scared.
We keep swapping.
NPC, I should have. Girl, I'm nervous. No, we cannot heal. We're not allowed to heal at all.
So far, I only know of one courage skin that has been spotted, meaning that there's
we are
still
not
4
allowed to
more
heal
available
at
on the
all.
map. Oh, another one's been spotted. Tom Cornish chasing one down.
I feel like
within a limb as
we
well.
need to hide a little bit. You know what I mean? Okay, there's a crown nearby.
They're teaming up together to try to take down the courage skin.
Can I hide in here? Oh shit, that takes you somewhere. What hide we get? I don't know.
All right, if you're a courage skin, sit still for 3 seconds.
I'm gonna keep wandering, guys.
1,
Listen,
2,
baddies, it's gonna be fine.
3. Starting now. Courage skin, sit still for 3 seconds. Oh, well, they just got rifted.
Teresa, you're the follow. We're just kind of vibing.
Stop grittying and 6-7ing his Toon Toon Sahur, Bob.
Thank God somebody said it. Christ almighty.
I think Mullet Mace might have just eliminated one of the courage skins. Oh,
thank God
baiting each
somebody
other.
said it. I'm waiting. I feel like I'm like trying not to I don't want to die.
Okay, Bounty Hunter, I'm spectating you right now. Feel free to go hunt people down.
Oh my God.
Good luck. There is now a Bounty Hunter out on the map dressed as Baymax who will fire at anyone they see.
Girl, my life. What do you mean Baymax is coming to find me?
You thought I was going to make this easy? Heck no. You got to earn it.
Oh. If we see
Bounty
Baymax,
Hunter, I'm going to try to spot for you. Oh, that person's
Wait.
rotating through. Uh-oh. Oh, I see replays. Hey,
I'm
replays
swimming.
is north of Dark Dominion, Bounty Hunter. North of Dark Dominion, but they are near a launch pad. Oh, there they go. Flying. They just hit that
I'm
rift.
just gonna keep swimming,
They're flying
guys.
into Dark Dominion.
I'm just gonna
hit
keep
them,
swimming.
Bounty Hunter. Hit them.
Guys, I'm just gonna keep swimming. No one's near me. I'm fine.
Yes.
Guys, I'm just gonna keep swimming. Just keep
Okay,
swimming.
Bounty
I'm just
Hunter.
doing laps in the pool.
Oh,
We're
gosh.
just doing laps in the
Oh,
pool.
my Bounty Hunter's bad. Oh, gosh.
We're
I
just
hired
doing
a
laps in the pool.
noob.
Hi, Cosmic.
50 people still remain.
A little jump off the diving board, maybe? Whee! Summer bod. Okay. Okay. I'm just swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Swimming, swimming,
Jakey
swimming.
Boo is currently at their stream setup. That is absolutely awesome. That looks great.
We're just swimming.
Wait, there's
guys.
Rocket League signs in this? I didn't even know that.
We're just swimming. Just keep swimming. Who knows, Josh?
Are you trying to tell me to work out, Petrov?
No, we're not supposed to camp or hide.
What is this?
I hope they do spec me at some point.
Oh, crap. Do it, Bounty Hunter. Do
Wait,
it.
there's somebody out there.
Yes. Yeah, down
There's somebody
goes
out
Ice
there.
Pop. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I hired someone.
No,
This is a hide and seek
I'm
plus
just swimming.
a pickaxe
there's somebody
only
near me.
tournament.
We're no longer swimming.
And reminder for the streamers out there, talk through what you're feeling, talk through your nerves, everything about that. What what do
I
we mean to
was
win?
swimming.
So we can cut
Now
to your
I'm
guys'
running.
POVs throughout all this.
I was swimming. Now I'm running. I know. We were having a good swim too. Kind of crazy. We were having a good swim too. Thank God I have a pickaxe that makes a lot of noise, guys. Thank God.
Oh, my bounty hunter spotted too. Come on, come on.
Please let me live.
Take them out.
Okay, hot dog, let me live.
This is good.
Hot dog, maybe.
This is good.
I think hot dog,
We're
let me live.
into our top 50 in this game.
I think hot dog, let me live.
Oh, you just broke the bush, Club Soda. What are you doing?
We're just waiting.
People are hiding in all different areas. Nice. My bounty hunter took down another. Cosmic is one shot.
Hello? Do I even have any
Wait,
emotes?
Cosmic is trying
Wait,
to
how do I
find people to
emote
get on his shoulder? Yo, Perry, you do it.
Please don't kill me.
Yes! Take no prisoners! All right, I was gonna give you $50, but
should I run?
I was gonna give you $50 for doing that, but now I'm not.
Do I stay? Well, guys,
Simply
what do we
because
do?
the party hips, bro. You just ruined my day.
I'm scared.
The next person who's 6'7s, I'm calling out your exact location of my bounty hunter at all times. If you hit the 6'7 emote when I swap to
I
you,
don't have
you
it.
are going to be hunted until the end of days.
Guys,
you
I
hear
think
me?
I think we just keep doing lizard.
Swap a Mullet Mace is currently west of Battlewood Boulevard. I need this guy eliminated
Please tell
now.
me to join in.
He's going towards the beach. Going in towards the beach as a rival sign there. Swappa, I need you to get a car, drive at him, and eliminate Mullet Mace right now. I need Mullet Mace to cry. I want them to cry and never join another one of our videos again. Do you hear me?
What's going on?
They're running all the way south of the beach. They're going to be in the zone with like 40 HP. Stop! All right, let me keep swapping.
I'm scared. Someone's going to turn on me.
Slazy, stop looking at the hot dogs. Oh my, I'm not fat anymore.
Okay, wait, the
We're
storm.
not as fat, okay? Jeez.
I'm running. Girl, I had to goof off a little bit. We gotta get to zone. Oh, wait, is that a courage skin? No.
Talk me through the nerves right now with 44 people left.
I know I have to be careful because storm, y'all. Okay, there's a lot of people. Wait. I'm scared. No, we're not allowed to use cars. I'm just gonna swim. Not that throwing up the 6-7 emote at me. Oh my god. Why does everybody throw up the 6-7?
My bounty hunter.
I can't heal. We're not allowed to heal, guys.
I want you to freeze. You're lucky, whoever that was running.
I feel
You're
like swimming's
lucky.
better than
You're
not,
lucky.
right? Because they can't.
You were about to get eliminated.
You know what I mean?
You know, bounty hunter, take the car for now. Go ahead and drive around. Let's keep people real nervous.
We'll just swim and do laps.
Hey, Phil's nerds out of the vehicle. No vehicle, out of the vehicle.
We're just swimming.
Yeah, I'm on to you. 14 HP
Good cardio
left.
sesh.
If you hear a car, just
aren't
know
able
it's
to
the
heal
bounty
now.
hunter searching for you.
A little more. This again, I'm just kind of like, and then we're going back this way. We'll go back. We're just gonna keep swimming laps, guys.
No teaming either.
Go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the rivers and the da-na-na-na-na-na. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Da-na-na-na. Girl, the current's kind of crazy. Da-na-na-na, moving too fast. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Just stick to the river.
Petrov, if you are the one that wins this video, Petrov, I will just cancel the whole thing.
This is
I'll just
hysterical.
cancel it. The amount that you've shown pizza and food, I'm done.
Okay. Oh my God. Oh, we're effed. Girl, I got to travel so far. Girl, I have to go across the entire goddamn map. Who? Oh no.
The zone beginning to close on in. It's
Girl, I'm
turning
scared.
into a lighthouse-shaped zone. Remember, only one person will win.
Okay, isn't it
and
true, guys?
Become the champion.
There's a gun over there. Run. Okay. Isn't it true that the lighthouse will always end at Squibbly Shores or whatever?
Down goes Essence. Another person falls to the hands of the bounty hunter.
The bounty hunter has a car. The bounty hunter's allowed to have a car.
Bounty hunter, I want you to go into the new zone and just
I'm petrified.
remain calm for a little bit. Let's let this play out for a little bit, all right? And Swappa, make sure you deliberately die before we get to like the top 10 or top 20 or something. Are there any courage skins still available, or have all of them been eliminated? Let me try to swap through. Emo, Club Soda.
This Courage JD literally sportscast, guys. I don't think you understand. He literally does sportscasting for Fortnite tournaments. Like I think that's how he got. Is that how he got big? I think that's how he got big.
I have spotted a courage icon. Remember, $50 if you eliminate them, and they are one shot right now.
Like Fortnite FNCS tournaments.
Oh, who's gonna get it? There's two people chasing them. Oh, Rickson! Nice job.
I like that none of us are really like fighting each other. You know what I mean? We're kind of just hanging. I'm gonna emote. I'm gonna go to the pool and swim, guys. I mean, we're gonna die eventually. I'm just gonna swim. I'm just gonna swim.
I hope Zombie Jamrock wins this for no specific reason at all.
Swim. Please don't kill me. I'm just swimming. I'm just swimming. We're just swimming. I'm just swimming.
If I see one more person trying to team and emote, I need you hunting each other now. This is not some kumbaya. This is for a win.
Girl, I'm just swimming. Okay, Storm. Okay, fine. Just keep swimming.
$40 people remain.
I'm getting kind of nervous.
Oh my God, Diamond. That's actually sick. Diamond plays with the full Diamond fit. Looks crazy. Can only take 2 more hits. Bloon trying to move in.
I'm so scared. I'm petrified, y'all. Can I get underneath this? Okay. No one say a word. No one say a word. I think I'm going to be in Storm, though. La 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 la. Splish splash, splish splash, splish splash, splish splash. Okay, I'm fine. Splish splash. Ooh! Oh, nope. Nope. Okay. We were not safe in Storm. We were not safe in Storm. Splish splash, splish splash. I was taking a bath. Don't go chasing waterfalls.
Hey, if y'all aren't gonna fight, I'm gonna have my bounty hunter start shooting.
Just stick to the rhythm and the I'm just gonna keep swimming, guys. Don't go chasing waterfalls. I mean, I'm gonna die eventually, so we might as well just swim it out, you know? Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. That's hysterical. Just keep swimming. I'm getting my workout in. The fact that there's 40 people left is hysterical to me. No, this is a pickaxe only challenge, but nobody's fighting each other. Like, nobody's fighting. Everyone's being so nice. No one's dying. I'm just swimming laps, guys. I'm just gonna keep swimming laps. I'm not stopping.
You're gonna have less places to run. And you know what? Whoever finishes with the most elims, you'll also win $50. How's that sound?
Oh. Guys, I'm just swimming. Oh my God, they're starting to bludgeon people. Oh my God. I'm just swimming. Girl, I'm petrified. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
Oh, it's picking up now, folks. 33 people left.
Just keep swimming. Honestly, I feel like this is a good strat. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. I feel like this is a good strat, guys. Like, we're almost top 30 and all I've been doing is doing laps. Like, I'm just swimming. Like, hello? I'm just swimming, guys. Just keep swimming. Swimming, swimming. Okay, storm is starting to close in. Storm is starting to close in, guys. Oh! Oh no. That was not good. That was not good. This is not good.
The zone getting even closer. 30 people left. You think you should?
I don't think the swimming is the ideal anymore.
All right, Bounty Hunter, take out 5 people.
I'm just
that look
swimming.
like they're
I'm
not
just
trying to
swimming.
fight. Okay, apparently it's hard for the Bounty Hunter to shoot straight.
Storm. Oh, there's Baymax.
Swamp, but you are so bad at Fortnite.
I literally have 10 health, guys.
This herd's got to get thinned
Just
out
keep
somehow.
Swimming, just keep swimming.
Or else we're gonna start having people drop to. That's one.
Swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. I'm just gonna keep on swimming.
That's 2.
I'm gonna keep on swimming.
27
I'm one
people
shot,
left.
Guys. No!
That's 3.
No!
Look at this little pedestal.
I got killed by the Baymax.
You know what, Swap? I feel like they'll do the rest. All right.
You know what?
No more Bounty Hunters left. Top 20. Jakey Boo, 20 HP.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Do we know anybody else? Oh my God, Commander Crawley. Wait, we know Commander Crawley, guys. He's our favorite. Oh my God, wait, I know Commander Crawley. That was fun. You know what? I had a good time. Our Scottish man. I hope he wins. He only has 10 health. He goes into storm once he's dead.
Oh my God, Melodubs is so smart.
He's down. That was fun. I had a good time with that one, y'all. That was cute. Just for you. Ate everything at the dinner table, including your dad, as I sucked him off last night. Ooh. Oh. Well. Whatever this strat is, I love it. This strat's crazy, but I love it. This one's making me dizzy.
Two people remaining are one shot.
Motion
One
sick.
person is 2 shot, and 2 people are 3 shot.
I'm getting a little motion sick.
Gosh.
Girl, she's gonna die in storm here. Oh, Lord. I don't know who this diva is. Oh, no, she's gonna die in storm. Damn.
Elmir is your champion with just 10 HP left. Oh my gosh.
That's crazy. No emote either. Where's the emote? No emote? Yeah, I'm glad Tung Tung Sahur got out. No emote?
Yo, that ending was insane, dude. That ending was insane. Do we have Elmir's stream link by chance?
Guys, I'm gonna say it. I feel like my strat was still good. I feel
who was it?
I feel like my strat was still good. I think swimming was the strat. That's all I'm saying. I think swimming was the strat.
Elmir, if you can hear us, can you post your link in the recording chat?
That was so funny.
All right, I see Crixby.
Wait, I'm trying to see if is there anything else left we have to do?
I got you.
That was funny. I'm saying GG's, y'all. That was funny.
Here we go. I see you now. I see you now.
I had a good time. All right, baddies. I had a good time.
Crispy, congratulations. Boom. Let me go ahead and drop 50 gifted in here right now.
Nobody really did want to. Oh, he did 50 gifted. That was so fun. I don't think anybody wanted to eliminate each other. Whoever the guy is, it is Courage JD. It is Courage. It is Courage JD. It is quite literally Courage JD. It is him. Thomas, thank you for the story. Fluff, you're such a baddie. Wait, that was fun. Okay, do we have to stay in the call still? I'm waiting to see if we have to stay in the call still. Yeah, we're gonna play normal fort here in a second. Yeah. I do have to make some. I gotta get something to eat, guys, because I think
congratulations. Thank you guys so much for watching. Be sure to check out the streamers' links down below.
There you go.
We'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Slay.
Beautiful.
W, thank you guys. Sorry it took so long to get going, but it looked insane. We pickaxe things can be a little bit kind of slow in the middle. That's why we wanted to have the hunting down, the courage skins, and the bounty hunter just to add those things to go to. But I think in the end, with all the POVs, it'll be really, really good. So thank you guys so much. Congratulations again. Just gave you a follow on Twitch as well. We'll get your guys' info for whoever eliminated the courage skins too. And whoever had the most elim, so I can send that over as well. So thank you guys. Thank you.
I'm gonna say thank you.
Let me go here and upload this.
Papa,
do you want me to send you the replay file from my POV too?
Yeah, that'd be great because yours will stretch
okay, I'm
more
gonna
than
leave
mine.
now. Yeah. Slay! I don't know. That was fun, guys. I had a good time. I had a grand old time. We got asked to be in Courage JD. It ended up being like a video, but it was a pickaxe only tournament. For those who know Courage, he is a Fortnite streamer. He also did a little like pickaxe only challenge. It was fun. I don't know. I had a good time. I had a good time with that one. I like little things like that, you know. I would have said in the call I'm nosy. I think they were just figuring out like what they were gonna drop for the VOD and stuff. But no, I think it was good. That was fun. I was fun. I had a good time. I was too funny. I'm making sure there's nothing else I need to do real quick. Hold on. I had a blast. I had a blast. That's so funny. Close friend. Oh yeah, thank you. I think I did. I think I turned it off. I did. I turned it off. Okay, that was a blast. I had a good time. All right, guys, I want to warm up my lunch real quick because I'm starving and I have not eaten anything. So I'm going to take a 30-second break, y'all, to warm up my lunch. And we'll be right back. But can I challenge us to maybe get to 200K taps? And maybe we can start finishing out some of our goals, too. Maybe start saying some of our goals while I run and do that real quick. I'll put on the replay of the pickaxe only challenge while I warm up my food. I'll be so fast, guys. You don't even know I'm gone. I'll be really, really quick. But I need to warm up something. Hi, Hells. How are you? Because I'm hungry. I'm hungry. All right. So give me 2 seconds. And I'll be right back. Okay. I'm just going to warm up some food real quick. Okay. See you in just a quick moment. Yes. And also a pee break because like a girl's got to piss. Okay. A girl's got to piss. I don't know what I'm going to warm up. You guys get to watch me do this pickaxe challenge again. I'll be right back. I'm heating up my lunch, y'all. It's still heating up. It's still heating up. But I grabbed an ice cream sandwich while I wait. Oh, I didn't turn that back off. I grabbed an ice cream sandwich. Oh, yum. Oh, yum. Thank you guys for 200 taps. Hi, Jen. How are you? A little ice cream Sammy. Thank you for the follow, Shepherd. I appreciate it. You're scared of Fortnite. It can be a scary thing. It can be a scary thing. Not gonna lie. It can be a scary thing. Yum. Guys, welcome in if you're just joining in, by the way. We're 4 followers away to 50 followers on TikTok. So, who's going to be the next 4? We'll shout out the next 4 people while I eat this ice cream sandwich for a second. Okay. They are, Nicole. Hi, Mallard. Bring a little ice cream Sammy. A little Sammy. I do love an ice cream sandwich. Oh, I have to post my video. Hold on. An octopus. Okay. Stevie, thank you for the finger heart. Hold on. I have to get my VOD for this. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. One moment. They're asking for our VODs. Hold on. Hold on. I don't think I can even link it yet because we're still. I'll have to get it later. I'll get it later. Have to get it later. Yeah. Jaqui, after I eat a little bit, if that's okay, because my blood sugar dipped a little bit low. If that's all right. Hi, Sparkling. We just did a fun little tournament. It was kind of fun. I had a good time with it, y'all. I had a good time with the tournament. I don't know about y'all, but it was fun. It was fun. I had a good time. Daisy, thank you for the follow. Are the bots real people? Wait, what real people? Sorry. Angel with a follow. Go with the raid. Hi, Raiders. Hello. Hi, friends. How are we? Welcome in, Raiders. I know that Goat was also in that little tourney with us. That was cute. We just had a little, we were just swimming, having a blast. Hello, hello, baddies. If you are new here, my name is Vinny, or Zesty Bestie, and let me introduce myself to you. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Welcome, welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm eating a little ice cream sandwich before we hop back into the games. So welcome in. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for all the follows too. Y'all are wonderful. Oh my gosh. Hello, hello. Welcome in. You are gonna like it here. And we love Goat R2. Goat and I need to play soon. Oh my God, I forgot my water bottle. Goat and I've been saying forever that Goat and I need to play soon. So we need to do that. Thank you. Thank you. Sent us Raiders to the wrong stream. Oh no, that's okay. You know what? It happens. It happens. That's all right. You guys are here anyways. Welcome in. I'm so happy to have you all here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the love. He spelled your name wrong at first. That's all right. Listen, it happens. It happens.
Sashay away.
Welcome in. You got lost on the way. You made it though. We made it though. Yeah, Shadow, I'd love that. And welcome on in. What's the snacky? I was just eating an ice cream sandwich and I'm heating up a Gordon Ramsay frozen lasagna meal right now because you know what? That's where we're at in life. Okay. That's where we're at in life. All right. I'm just heating that up. Chef inspired meal. Okay. I want to try so bad. They're actually high class here. High class, baby. Thank you guys for all the follows, by the way. Welcome in. I think my microwave just beeped. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to take a quick 30-second break and go grab that. Give me like 2 seconds, okay? Give me 1 moment. I'm going to put on a song for us. I'll be right back, okay? I'm just going to grab it real quick. Don't go anywhere. All right? I'll be so quick. You know I'm gone. I just want to grab that before, because I'm starving, okay? And I got to eat. A man's got to eat. Give me 2 seconds.
Introduce me to your best friend. I can come and slide right in. A satellite ain't even that far. I kinda wonder where you are. Already know I can leave it alone. You're on my mind. Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Just come be the man I need. Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on then. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need.
I'm back. I heated up my food. I heated up my food. I had to get my leftovers, everybody, okay? I'm back.
I think you feel the same way. But I can't tell with you.
I got lasagna. My lasagna? Lasagna.
Let's get on the same page. Stop making me read between the lines. Already know I can leave it alone. You're all
I'm gonna be real with you guys. The Gordon Ramsay meals are actually very good. I know that's crazy to say, but they actually are very good. Okay, I'm a huge frozen meal fan, but I love the Gordon Ramsay meal. So you sharing or, well, yes. But if you are new here, guys, we do play Fortnite. We also play Minecraft. We play a bunch of different games. We like to think of ourselves as full variety streamers here. But on Fortnite, you will find, I don't know. Are we good at Fortnite, guys? You guys say I'm good at Fortnite, but then I play and I'm like, I don't think I'm good at Fortnite. But then you guys are like, no, you're really good. Which, speaking of which, we'll hop into a round right now. You're good? Okay. Half and half. See, Shadow's the real one. Laura, thank you for subbing a tier 1. Oh my God. You're all right. See? TikTok is humbling me. Gotta start thinking for the sub too. Are we there yet? Yes. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. We love Are We There Yet? We love it. And guys, thank you so much. And if you're scrolling by on TikTok, make sure to follow for Zesty Bestie. We're 5 followers away from 50 followers over on TikTok. So who's ever played? Thank you so much. But thank y'all for being here. Okay, wait. I feel like this is gonna be way too hot for me to bite into. Face, thank you for the follow. And Tessa, thank you too. Thank you guys. Welcome in. All right, we're gonna actually play around now. And do good. Okay. Dang it a wall. Dang it a wall. Chloe, thank you for the hat and the mustache. Baddie. Gracie, you are just on time. Welcome in. And guys, we always have a hype train. And Sarah and Tommy Lynn, thank you for the follows. I'm so late. You're never late. 18 months. I love it. And Sarah, thank you. Because I know I do. Ooh, love that, Nick. Yeah. Following here. I know. I was like, Tessa, wait, I know your name. I was like, hold on. I was like, wait, I recognize Tessa Rose's name. I was like, wait a minute. Guys, thank you for all the follows, though. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. All right. Let's lock in. As I have my Gordon Ramsay meal. I'm afraid to, you know when you're afraid to take a bite because you know it's going to, like, destroy the roof of your mouth?
Absolutely not.
Laura!
Absolutely not. Why would you even ask me that question?
Okay, we're good. And to eat. Well, it's true. And to eat. So the pizza prince, you guys get it. You guys get it. Guys, thank you for all the follows and the love, by the way. And if you're new here, welcome in. Don't feel like you have to stick around, but if you would like to, we'll be playing Fortnite for the rest of the afternoon. At least for another hour and a half or so. So welcome in. You guys are helping us slay the daily goals too, so thank you. Eli, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And Chels, thank you too. Somebody's near me. Wait. Do I hear footsteps? Somebody's like swimming. A bot? Oh! Wait, where'd the bot go? Oh! That bot name I don't think was a bot. Wait, hold on. T? Also, sorry guys, the alerts are gonna keep going off because we have so many folks followed. Wait, was that a bot? I can't tell. I quite literally cannot tell if that was a bot or not. Oh my God, I don't have visual audio on. I was like, wait, why can I not see anything? I forgot we turned off visual audio. Oh, damn it. Hold on. I was like, why can I not see anything? Visual audio's off. Wait. On. There we go. They've been picking, no, Kenzie, they've been picking up other things now too. Not just gray guns. No way. They pick up way more. Every time. What'd you place in that tournament? I don't even know. I think we placed like 30th or something. No, we got like top 20. I think like 27 or something. I don't even know. 27th? Was it 27th? I couldn't remember. It was fun though. It was cute, you know. It was silly. I want to do. We should do those guys on stream. That's what we should do. Eventually, we're gonna be able. They're changing the way customs work, where I'm gonna be able to like change the like parameters of it, so I can set it to like no weapons or things like that. Like I can change the actual vibe of it, which I think is going to be kind of fun eventually. I hope they do that soon, because I would then love to like host more like zero build things, you know? You know what I mean? Let's go find a rivalry. Let's go find a rivalry. And guys, now we're just 2 followers on TikTok away from 50 followers. So if you're scrolling by and not following, you're homophobic. Did I catch you? Did I catch you? Where? Oh. Girl. Did I catch you? Girl, what is she doing? We're just hopping and jumping. Girl, we're just jumping and jumping. We're just hopping and jumping. Hopping and jumping. Okay, got it. Cuter for tutors, thank you for the follow. They better follow. Exactly. Cuter, you are no longer homophobic. Congratulations. Congratulations. You did it. I'm crying. Welcome to the chaos. Okay. Well, I don't make the rules. The pickle wheel? What about the pickle wheel? Leave me alone. We did it, Joe. Guys, I don't know what I want to carry these days. I don't even know. Supernatural, thank you for the follow too. I think I like this shotgun more than the pump, but I never know. It's Val Morg. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Welcome in. Couldn't stop laughing. Wait, really? Morals, I love that. Oh, somebody's over there. Oh, shit. What's going on over here? Hello? Hello? Where'd she go? Oh, hey, girl! Oh, Jesus! Girl, that was crazy. Literally, how? I'm pissed. Oh, wait, how did he get me like with one shot there? That was like actually crazy. Girl, that was actually crazy. Report for hacking. No, I'm just bad. No, guys, I'm just bad at the game. I'm just bad at the game, guys. Hear about you, Bubblekin. I feel like I talk about myself 24/7. I feel like my entire stream is me talking about myself. I'm pregnant every time the baby hears your stream. He kicks like crazy. Wait, I love that, Bella. That's so cute. She knows. Listening for me. Oh, hey, girl. After yard work, have some fun doing yard work. She took my entire, I only had like 20 health left by the time she hit me once. I don't know what she hit me with, but she hit me once and got me. Francisco, thank you for the sub. Oh my gosh, you're such a baddie. Guys, we're almost there with the sub goal today. And guys, we are trying to finish out that sorry goal, y'all. Took like 75%. That story goal on TikTok too. You guys are eating it up though. I love that, Kylie. Janelle, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Bum bum bum. Yes, we love it. All right. I never know where to land this season. I feel like I'm just all over the place. I feel like I'm just all over the place with landing. I won't lie. I won't lie. Guys, what if I made this my main skin? Well, yes. Kayla, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Is it? Yes, it is a different diving animation. This is one of the only skins that has a different diving animation. Do you, gamer? Ooh. And TikTok, sound off if you're seeing this on your FYP. Can you say slay in the chat? Oh, girl, I just beeped. If you're seeing this on your FYP. I'm trying to see something. Oh, of course, to take full damage. Wait, I missed it. Are you looking for a girlfriend? Yeah, I'm looking for a girlfriend with giant boobs. Because if you can tell right away that by my username and everything else, all I want is a girl with a big set of honkers. A wooga wooga, honey. A wooga wooga. Okay. All right. Just call me Brian Gnome, baby. Literally. That's so funny. That's so funny. That's hysterical. That was good. Well. Thank you for your laugh. I'm glad, Mel. Oh, wait, why did I thought I had this was a gun. Hello? Hello? I can feel the disgust when I say boobs. What can I say? Okay, so TikTok got off the algo, y'all, so we gotta keep tapping if you are seeing this on your algo. Baddies, because nobody reacted to that. Nobody followed from that Christy Gnome comment. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy, actually. Kind of crazy. And I thought it was hysterical. Hi, Mel. How are you? Okay, we got a shotgun. Finally. Why is our rivalry halfway across the goddamn map? Are you kidding me? Hi, 64. How are you? Literally all the way across the map. That's... I don't even want to, like, bother. Oh, I missed. God damn it. Like, at that point, what are we doing? You're about to leave work early, as you should. Like, at that point, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Ooh, fight. Ooh, honey. You're about to leave work early? Please do. Also, guys, don't forget your daily heartmeats if you're coming in on TikTok as well. You're with your boyfriend? Okay, dinner. Ate that third party up. I'm gonna be real. I still don't think I like the twin hammers, but I don't know. Maybe they're better. I can't decide. Brittany, thank you for the heart me. Ooh. Okay, bot. Okay, bot. You loves them. That Perry skin is too much. It kind of is. Somebody took my thing. Brittany, thank you for the finger hearts too. You like the twins are your fave? I like them as well. I don't know if I love the... Did they change the fire rate on them or something? I feel like the fire rate's a little different. Hi, Jen. How are you? Oh, somebody's over here. Hey, girl. You'll be 29 on Saturday? Okay, Patty. I think I like the new shotgun too. Ooh, okay. Where? Girl, get your... I'm not doing this shit with you. They bumped... Oh my God! I'm not doing this shit with either of them right now. I'm not doing it. You know what? I'm leaving. Bye. I'm gonna let them fight. I don't want to do... I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, okay? Not interested. Uninterested. Bye. Like, no thank you. Banana bread or triple chocolate brownie cookies? Both those things made me wet. I'm kidding. But I would say probably, I don't know. I say brownies. Well, I said what I said. Alexis, thank you for the rose. That's your... What? What? Why don't you guys are talking? I don't know what you guys are talking about. I literally don't know what you're saying to me. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Okay? I'm just saying what I'm saying. The wetter, the better. Oh, well. Gaslighting us now? I would never do that to you guys. I literally wouldn't. I would never dream of gaslighting you guys. I would never dream of it. I would never dream of it. What am I witnessing? The usual shit around here. Hi, bot. Boating is life, girl. Every time I find you live, you're saying something crazy. Well. Oh, what the fuck? Eat my ass. Oh my God, I couldn't throw this down fast enough. God damn it. Oh my God, it's like a bot too. Hello? If this bot kills, how? Girl, I was, what? How was he? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'm so over this game. I'm so over this game. I cannot do it anymore. Oh my God. That was insane. That was insane. All right, guys. I got to mention our goals. By the way, we have our Starry Fluff goal going on right now. I just pinned it in the chat. We are 2 away from hitting that, y'all. And then we also have our goals on purple. We are trying to slay up our goals. As always, they help keep us moving and grooving, baddies. Moving and grooving. Bum, 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 bum. Right, Jessica? That's what I'm saying. There's a with the heart me. That is Switch games. No, that wasn't too... I mean, it wasn't... I feel like I played fine. I'm just like, girl, what the hell? Rachel, thank you for the heart me. Guys, we're going to shout out the next 2 people who send those Starry Fluffs because they're so cute. And we're almost to our goal on TikTok, so thank you. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. As always, I do have to put this new goal up because of we might lose our Gaming Life Pro. It's a stupid ass thing, but it is unfortunately a current thing that's going on. So as long as we hit that goal every day, we're slaying it up. We're slaying it up, so thank you guys. The stupid thing, I hate it, but it do be what it do be. And we do what we gotta do. And we do what we gotta do. Tomorrow we're gonna do Minecraft, I think, and Pokopia. We're doing both. Or maybe a simulator game tomorrow too. I was thinking about a simulator game. I mean, we haven't done a simulator game in ages. In like so long. I feel like it's been so long since we've even touched a simulator game. I was like, oh, I was thinking about that too. Not very popular anymore, Michaela. Not very popular anymore. Unfortunate. Yes, people keep saying the VHS Store Simulator one. That's what I was thinking. Everyone's been playing that one. Look, Tyler Oakley. I get there very often. Wait, how did I not get the kill on that? Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. How did I not get the kill on that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I heard the VHS ones. Oh shit, real person. Real person. Got him. Maybe not a real person. Is the VH one good? Is it good, y'all? Is it funny? What's going on here? Hi, Kelvin. How are you? What are we doing? Yeah, it's really good. Okay, we'll try that tomorrow. Trade Pop-Tarts. Oh, okay. I'm doing good. I feel like they're all, the thing is for me with V8, the like simulator games is they're all just like rinse and repeats. You know what I mean? So if they're not like rinse and repeats, I'm into it. Like that's why I loved Water Park Sim, because it didn't feel like a rinse and repeat game. Same with what other ones am I thinking about? Like they didn't feel like rinse and repeats to me, which I liked. Retro Rewind. I think that's what people are talking about, the VHS one. I think that's the one. I think that's the one. Planet Zoo. Ooh. You guys, we're 1 sub from 20 subs to stream so far on Purple. Playing a Game Boy on your FYP yesterday? It was me. Just kidding. Is this that thing that pissed me the F off earlier? I was so mad at this thing. I feel like it was firing shots endlessly. That was an exotic. Oh, was it? It was the DM. Was it a DMR? Was that what it was? Girl, why am I rocking out right now? I'm stuck. Girl. Oh my God. I can't. Girl, why are you humping? Hello. Okay, stanky leg. Where's my rival? Oh, rival. There you are. Got him. Hi, Faith. How are you? Now, let's see. Where's the third party? Where is it? And Josh, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you, Batty. No third party. Kind of crazy. I was waiting for it. Didn't happen. Faith, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Somebody's nearby here. Ooh, in the car. Ooh, wait, they got out of the car? Shit. I don't know how they're beaming right now. I have no movement. I have no movement. He's firing at me. Dude, we're just like... What is he doing? What is going on? We did. It's true, Hale. Pharaoh's thank you for the heart meme. Guys, I want to see if we can get that fluffy hat. Sorry, what the fuck it's called, hat goal done. We're 2 away from that, y'all. 2 away. Fruit basket I'm sold, yes. I think he is teasing me. Hi, Kind Fox, how are you? He wants me so bad. I think he left. He had to have left. No, he's still here. I hear him. Oh my God, he's driving back around. I'm so confused. Nayla, thank you, Fatty, for the starry fluff. Can we get some Slay Shot for Nayla right now, y'all? Nayla, thank you so freaking much, babes. You're amazing for that. Thank you, Batty. Thank you, Batty. Oh my God, he's still here. Guys, he wants me. Guys, he's obsessed with me. Guys, he's literally, he keeps coming back with this car. Like, girl, why are you so obsessed with me? Just come get me if you want me, honey. He's gonna kill me too, watch this. And not me getting, girl, not me getting beat from the other direction. You see that guy over there trying to beat me from the other direction? Girl. How? I hate this fucking game, man. I think this game is probably one of the most miserable games I've ever played in my entire life. Like, I don't understand. I feasibly do not understand how he beat me through a wall. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I don't know how he beams me through a wall, y'all. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's like through the freaking wall. I'm over it. All right, guys, we are 1 Stray Fluff away and we are 11 subs away from our goal. 11 subs away from our daily goal, y'all. As a reminder, this keeps us full time so I can stream every day for y'all. Vic, thank you for the Go Popular and the Heart Me. I appreciate it. And the Starry Fluff. Thank you, Batty. I know, it's so miserable. Ugh, it's like, girl. Nella, we got 27th place. So honestly, I'm gonna take that as a win. I'm gonna take that as a win. I'm not gonna lie. That's a new goal here. I'm gonna take that as a win. I'm gonna take 27th place as a win. I'm gonna be so real with you. You know? I saw that, Kevin. Crazy. I know. Right, Vic? Chickadee, thank you. You're awesome. Hi, Simitless. Yeah, we got some good pickups from that. So we're commenting. No, I loved it. Michaela, thank you. It's nice. Prince, this skin specifically has its own custom dive. It's one of the only skins in the game that has that custom dive animation. It's kind of crazy. Or can I reload, please? Was that me? Oh, did I do that? Oh, okay. Oh, was that me? Michaela, look at you. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, hold on. Let me eat these up. Hi, Queen. Hello. Thank you guys so much for the love, baddies. Are there more? MK, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's why I really like this skin too, because I wish more would have the custom dive animation. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's kind of fun. I wish others had it. I wish others had it, you know? You put your fingerprint off your thumb. Well, now you can commit crime. Smells. I'm kidding. That's a joke. Don't do it. That's a joke. Ooh. Hey, girl. That is a joke. Don't commit crimes. Now I want to see it. You'll see it the next time. You have to wait till the next game round. But then when the next game round happens, you'll see. Zozu without me. Or wait, maybe I can show you now. Hold on, wait. Maybe it'll let me. I don't think it'll let me do the dive animation. Wait, over here. Girl, eat my ass. I do. I do, yeah. I do. I feel like we are hitting the shots today. Okay, Sweat. Thank you, Michaela. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you for helping with the goals. We do have those goals, y'all. We are slaying them up. Thank you so much. Heard something. I feel like I don't like the delay on this thing. Girl. I'm over it! I'm over this loser ass, stupid ass, fucking ass game. I'm literally over it. I'm over it. It's so sweaty today. Oh my God. It's like insane. It's so sweaty. Jump break, literally. Nah, it's too late to switch to another game, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would. Otherwise, I would. I'll tell you what. But no, she real sweaty today. Oh my God, I should not have eaten that ice cream sandwich. My tummy is not happy with me right now. The tummy is screaming at me right now. They got rid of that. It's not on anymore, Morgan. They got rid of it. Oh boy, I know. My tummy's like, Miss Girl, what did you do? No, I know. I'll have to wait to see if I can keep going here. Yeah, it's because I ate that ice cream sandwich. It's like, hello, Miss Squirrel. Hello, Miss Squirrel. Go sit in your porcelain throne. We'll keep going for a little bit longer. Bree, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, baddie. Hey, bestie. Hi, Kay. How are you? Welcome in. And Junior, thank you for the follow too. You got your first cheater and blitz yesterday. Is it me or is the audio too low? It's no different than it normally is. Hi, Carl. How are you? Sorry, guys. I gotta wipe off my mouse real quick. Hold on. Nothing different than usual. Okay, they really go popular. Yeah, my tummy is not feeling good. Ooh, we'll see how it goes. All right, we'll see how it goes. Ooh. We'll give it another minute, y'all. And we'll see. Get ready with me to shit myself on stream. Get ready with me to shit myself on stream. It's my own fault for eating that ice cream sandwich. Y'all. It's my own damn fault. I should have known it was gonna happen. I should have known. Think constipated thoughts, everyone. Constipated thoughts. Bum, 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 bum. I know, right? Isn't that the worst? Oh, girl, we might not make it. Girl, I might have to get off. Girl, we might not make it. Girl, I might not make it. I'm gonna be real with you right now. We might not make it. Oh, honey. Yeah, honey, we gotta go. Yeah, honey, no. We gotta go. We gotta go. Okay, I gotta end this live, baddies. Okay, all right. A girl's gonna go shit her pants. This is what I get for eating an ice cream sandwich on stream. Oh, no. Yeah, a girl's gotta go. A girl's gotta go. I love you all so much. Y'all are amazing. We kind of almost slayed the goals, but we'll finish on it tomorrow. We will be live tomorrow. I promise. I gotta go. I gotta end this live right now. I love you. Bye. Girl, I gotta go now. Love you. Bye.